Story 15 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Peter Yearsley. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 15. A Night with the Dead. In one of the London weeklies there occasionally appears an article from the pen of its gifted and genial editor under the distinctive heading of moi-même, which I need scarcely remind my readers is the French term for myself. I almost think that moi-même might more appropriately have stood at the head of this paper, although it would hardly have been so attractive perhaps as the one I have chosen. For what I have to relate is strictly a personal narrative. Probably it would not be an easy matter to find another man who could say that he had gone through a like experience as that I am about to relate, at an age when the young mind is peculiarly susceptible to the influences of terror, and suffered no permanent injury from it. At the time that the thrilling incident occurred, I was a youth of 12, sturdy and active, with a spice of that spirit of recklessness in me which is peculiar to youths who are conscious of their strength and fond of adventure. I was a student, though, alas, I fear, far from studious, at one of the pretentious establishments of the time known as Collegiate Schools for the Sons of Gentlemen. This particular one, at which I spent some years of my life, was situated in what I shall ever consider one of the most beautiful parts of Cheshire, and the place was known as Bucklow Hill. Then it was a solitude of rural beauty, raised to a pitch of feverish excitement twice a day by the arrival and departure of the stagecoach. But at all other times a dreamy indolence seemed to hang about it, and its silence was only broken by the voices of nature, or the whistling ploughboy as he lazily followed his team. The hostelry was a relic of a far-off time. Its massive signboard that creaked in the wind had seen several generations of men out. The heavily laden wains coming down from Knutsford or Northwich stopped before its doors, and the great horses blinked in the sun and emptied their nose-bags, while the waggoners drank their yell inside, seemingly oblivious of time, or, if they remembered it, it must have been with the contemptuous thought that time was made for slaves, not for jolly waggoners. Bucklow Hill was indeed a peaceful spot. There the people led healthy, monotonous lives, and only died from extreme old age. The nearest railway station was 8 miles off, and the squire was lord of all. 2.5 miles away was the beautiful and romantic village of Rosthern, with its ancient Norman church, where we sons of gentlemen were privileged to worship twice every Sunday. England, which is rich in beauty spots, could not at that time show many prettier, gem-like places than Rosthern. It will be observed that I speak in the past tense, for the Goths and Vandals have since vulgarized it and destroyed its charm of antiquity. Anyone standing in Bowden Old Churchyard, which is some 12 miles to the south of Manchester, and gazing south on a clear, bright day, may behold a landscape that, for colouring, diversity, extent, and richness, is unique. At the time that I am dealing with, one of the features of this splendid picture was the square tower of Rosthern Church as it peeped up over its embosoming trees. Rosthern is 4 miles away as the crow flies, and between it and Bowden is a valley stretching right and left for many, many miles, so that the spectator on the rising ground of Bowden Church, and where the depression precipitately commences, commands a bird's-eye view of the scene, and that Norman tower was so conspicuous that it could not be overlooked. Footnote: the beauty of this view has been much destroyed of late years by new buildings and railways, and the feature which lent so much picturesqueness, the tower of sweet Rosthern Church, no longer exists, for some iconoclastic Goth, who I know not, penetrated even into this delightful sleepy hollow, and with ruthless and pitiless hand he tore from the tower its rich covering of ivy, the growth of centuries. Then he levelled the tower, like a barbarian worthy of the close of the 19th century, and in its place reared a lofty and vulgar spire. Surely the ancient dead who sleep in the picturesque churchyard must have turned in their graves at this act of vandalism. End footnote. Rosthern Church stands on the crest of a rounded hill that falls steeply on the north to the shores of an exquisite mere, which fills up a large natural hollow, and lends an additional charm to the beauty of the scene. In my day the village of Rosthern was a singularly primitive place, and the villagers were as rustic as villagers well could be. The churchyard was walled round by an irregular wall, to which clung the mould of the centuries, and tall trees kept watch and ward over the quiet dead. Entrance was gained through an ancient porch, the gate of which swung backwards and forwards by means of a ponderous wooden ball attached to a rope. Passing through this primitive gateway, you were in God's acre, where there were to be seen tombstones hundreds of years old. The church, which was small, was built north and south, and in the ivy-covered tower hung a peal of sweet bells, which, when rung by the ringers, could be heard for many miles around. For hundreds of years Rosthern Church has been the burial place of the Egertons of Tatton, and in the church itself is a monument in pure white marble that was raised to perpetuate the memory of a Miss Egerton who died young. The figure, which is life-size, represents the lady lying on a cushion, and is one of the most exquisite things of the kind to be found in the country. Beneath this monument is the vault where sleep generations and generations of Egertons. Entrance to this vault is gained from the outside, and it is necessary that I should give some particulars about it. Near the east end of the church, and on the southern side, is a ponderous slab of stone, and this has to be raised when there is a tenant ready for the vault. Then is revealed a flight of steps, after the earth has been cleared out, and the steps go down to a massive iron door. The door being opened, the chamber of death is disclosed. It is a large vaulted chamber with a brick floor, and around on shelves repose the mighty sleepers. Going back now, as I do, into the misty past, I come to a day when the iron door of this great vault stands open, for in Tatton Hall a dead Egerton lies ready to be carried to his eternal rest amongst his ancestors. The death chamber has been well ventilated by the door being allowed to remain open for hours, and the floor has been swept and garnished. It is a brilliant day, and the muffled tolling of the great bell seems out of place in a scene so fair, where winged things dance in the sunlight, and the hues of 1,000 different flowers blend with the vivid greens of grass and trees. The air itself is heavy with the perfume of flowers, from which comes the drowsy hum of bees. The air seems to shiver every time the bell, with sonorous boom, groans out its message of death. From that collegiate school of which I have spoken, a number of light-hearted, happy youths, I being one of them, have been marched, dressed in solemn black, and wearing black gloves, and in the church, now full of rich golden light, they wait for the coming of the cortege, which is to bring the dead man to his ancestors. Those youths, understanding not the import and great solemnity of death, look out of place, and feel out of place when all around is so bright and joyous, while the glittering lake below and the rich lush meadows about seem to invite them to sport. But a great man was dead, and it was meet that, though the sun and the flowers and the trees and the birds and bees and butterflies could not be put into mourning, that these youngsters should assume a sorrow that they possessed not. Presently the funeral procession approaches. The church is filled now, and a strange and impressive hush falls upon the congregation as 16 men stagger up the aisle with their tremendous burden. For a dead Egerton is always encased in lead and elm and oak. With moving solemnity, the beautiful service for the dead is recited, and the music of scores of youthful voices swell and fade with the swelling and fading of the organ. This part of the service is long, and owing to considerable delay in the arrival of the cortege, the day is already waning. At last the new tenant is borne down into the vault, which is illuminated for the nonce by candles held against the walls by lumps of clay, and when he has been duly deposited upon his shelf, the spectators are allowed to go down in little batches to look into that receptacle of dead humanity, which presently will be hermetically sealed up and only opened again when another Egerton is ready for one of the remaining niches. We youngsters from the school have been promised as a treat that we shall be allowed to go down into the vault, but there are hundreds to whom we nonentities have to give precedence. There are the members of the family, then the servants, next the tenants, followed by the villagers and the country folk, who had poured in from all parts. For the attraction of seeing the inside of a vault, as these good Cheshire people call it, was irresistible. Consequently, we dispersed ourselves about the meadows and the woods and shores of the lake. We received orders to be back again in the churchyard in an hour and a half, punctually. I formed one of a merry little clique of bounding youngsters, who, being thus released from the gyves of a pained restraint that had lasted for hours, rushed with the thoughtlessness of youth into the woods and awakened the echoes with shouts and laughter. Some funeral meats had been given to us on leaving the house in the shape of a package of sandwiches, i.e. some chunks of bread and wedges of meat, and a bun each, a wonderful bun. That bun haunts me still. I have some sort of a notion that it was made of sawdust and treacle and encased in pieces of chamois leather. But how we tucked into that luncheon, and how we relished those buns. That they did digest is proved by the fact that I still live to write this record. My clique numbered some 7 or 8. We were genial spirits, but we were accounted wild young rascals and evil examples to the other scholars, and often was it predicted that we should come to a bad end. So far as I know, however, not one of that clique ended his days on the scaffold, and I think 1 or 2 of them, if not more, rose to eminence. Still, there is no doubt that we had a touch of the demon in us, and, like colts once let loose, there was some difficulty in catching us again. Free as the wind we wandered, all unmindful of the flight of time, and instead of returning in an hour and a half, it was nearer 4 hours when we got back to the church, which was quite empty, and on one of the seats in the deep porch the ancient sexton slept the sleep of the just after his hard day's work. That antiquated man did not particularly love us, and was in the habit of referring to us sons of gentlemen as the vagabondest ruffians as iver I've yeard tell on. That dear old dead and gone sexton spoke a language of his own, and at times the pranks we played upon him put him into such a fever heat that he was unable to speak any language at all. He could only growl and fume like some savage, toothless old lion of the jungle. For the time being, we decided to leave his slumbers undisturbed, for the day was waning fast, and we were anxious to go down into the vault. Not a living soul was in the churchyard but ourselves. Our schoolmates had long since returned. The villagers had gone back to their homes, save such of them who lingered in the village public, in order that they might drown their sorrows in yell. We alone were the truants. Somewhat gingerly we crept down into that place of the dead. For me, I must confess, it had a sort of fascination, and I gazed about me in awe and wonderment. 6 candles were still burning in their clay sconces, and 1 or 2 had been recently renewed. The polished, shining coffin of the newcomer contrasted strikingly and strangely with the others which appeared in every stage of decay. Footnote. If my memory serves me rightly, the vault had not been opened for 30 years previous to this. End footnote. There were some that were simply heaps of dust from which bones projected. Others were falling to pieces, and the sides seemed to be bursting open. Others again, though covered with dirt and mildew, were whole. In one corner I noted a heap of debris of coffins and remains, and I take it that this heap represented the mouldering relics of a very far-off race that had been swept off the shelves to make room for later comers. We did not linger very long in the charnel house, and were glad to get into the open air again. Then, as we remembered the dear old sexton sleeping so quietly in the porch, the spirit of mischief entered into us. We were already in disgrace for not having returned at the proper time, and so we thought we might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Besides, the temptation to revenge ourselves on the sexton for dubbing us vagabondist ruffianinans was too strong to be resisted by such ardent young spirits, and so we consulted together as to what form our revenge should take. At the foot of the tower was a large chamber, used as the receptacle for all sorts of lumber, such as grave planks, ropes, biers, matlocks, spades, and so on, and we decided to search in this musty region for some pieces of cord wherewith to bind the somnolent sexton to the seat. No sooner was the decision arrived at than off we scampered. Now, was it a mere chance, or the fiend himself, that caused a pot of green paint to be left standing on the ground in one corner, and lying across the pot were a big brush and a little brush? It must have been the arch tempter of humanity that had put these things there, because a pot of green paint with two brushes were quite too strong a temptation for any mere mortal youths to resist, when, within a few yards, slept on a wooden bench a sexton, whose head was as bald and shiny as a billiard ball. "Oh, Gemini!" exclaimed a youth in the exuberance of his joy. "Here's a paint pot. Let us go and paint old Amen's skull." I should remark that we irreverently dubbed this ancient sexton Amen, owing to a peculiarity he had of uttering the word in the responses. His voice was wheezy and cracked, and he used to dwell long upon the "ah," sounding it like an R, and then dragging out the "men," until at last he ended it in his nose with a snort. We voted the suggestion worthy of the genius who made it. But now came the question, who was to do the desperate deed? A sleeping sexton may not be any more dangerous than a sleeping lion, unless you try to singe his beard. But then look out for squalls. As a volunteer for the work did not readily declare himself, let me say with the meekest of humility that I undertook the task. Seizing the pot and small brush, I went boldly forth, followed by my giggling companions. Stealthily I crept into the porch, while they formed a little crowd about the entrance. Dipping the brush in the paint, I drew a broad band across that oval and shining skull, but the contact of the brush caused the owner of the skull to awaken. With the first move my companions bolted, and the paint pot falling from my hand overturned on the floor. What followed is like a dream still to me. In a sort of haze, I see that fossil-like man with the painted skull make a desperate lunge at me, and then I've a notion that, slipping on the greasy, unctuous paint that covered the floor, he went down with a crash and a yell. With one bound I got outside, but where to run to I knew not, until it flashed through my brain that the vault would afford me splendid shelter until the sexton's wrath had expended itself. Down the steps I scuttered, and certainly at that moment the dead had less terror for me than the living. As I stood there with fluttering heart and panting breath, I thought I heard the old man's footsteps on the gravel above, and in my distress, and with that thoughtlessness peculiar to boyhood, I pushed the ponderous iron door behind which I was standing, when, to my horror, it swung on its well-oiled hinges, closed with a solid bang, and I was a prisoner in the tomb. For some moments I was like one petrified, and I thought that from those ghastly relics on the shelves came mocking peals of laughter. In a few minutes I had recovered my presence of mind, and then frantically I tried to open the door, but to have set myself the task of lifting from the shelf the newly arrived tenant, encased as he was in lead and oak and elm, would not have been more impossible of accomplishment than to open that iron door from the inside. My recollection is that it was a perfectly smooth plate, without chink, ridge, boss, or angle of any kind, and it fitted into its iron framework like a carpenter's dovetail. I was too surely a prisoner with the dead, and unless released from the outside, my bones would moulder with those of the Egertons. In my terror I shouted, but my voice came back to me in 100 echoes, until I was sure the dead Egertons were laughing in their coffins, and my tongue refused utterance more. My flesh crept, my blood turned to ice, and cold, clammy drops of perspiration rolled down my face and neck. I have spoken of the candles which were stuck against the wall by means of balls of plastic clay. I think there were 5 of these candles, 2 being over the new coffin. These had not been long burning, 2/3 of their length at least remaining. Another, in an opposite corner, had burnt down to about an inch. Another was more than half burned through, and a 5th was just expiring, the snuff hanging down on the clay. It is evidence of my presence of mind not having deserted me that I was able to note these details, and even do something more than note them. To be imprisoned in the charnel house was horrible, but to be there in the darkness was still more horrible, and it must have struck me in this way, because with the courage of desperation I took down and put out every candle but one, so as to economize them. When that one was nearly burnt out, I should be able to light another piece, and so keep a light for a long time. The feeble rays of this common dip did little more than reveal the darkness, and, with a sense of awful terror, I crouched down on the floor close to the iron door, clutching with nervous energy my precious morsels of candles. I heard my own heart beating, and I strained my ears to try and catch the sounds of footsteps on the outside. But never a sound came to me. How could it, through such a mass of iron? I closed my eyes, but when I did that, my imagination led me to picture the dead Egertons in the mouldering coffins, stretching forth their skeleton hands to clutch me, so I opened them again. For a few moments they rested on that flickering dip, which certainly did seem to me to burn blue, and then they wandered nervously from shelf to shelf, until from the gloom they evolved sheeted skeletons, rising up and grinning at me, and I closed them again to shut out the horrid sight. Over and over again this opening and shutting of the eyes was repeated, always with the same sensations. And as my nervousness increased, and my imagination grew by what it fed upon, I felt certain that I saw things moving, and heard strange sounds. The horror of the situation I do not think it would be possible to overcolour by any word painting, however expressive it might be. In that wonderful collection of works by a mad genius, the Wiertz Gallery at Brussels, there is one picture which, as an artistic representation of unutterable horror, is probably without a parallel in the world. It represents an old woman in grave cerements, bursting from a coffin in which she has been encased while in a trance. She has awakened in the coffin, and in her awful fear has splintered the head part of the lid, and through the aperture has forced her head and shoulders. The jagged edges of the wood have torn strips of flesh from her body, and she is covered with blood. But oh, the pitiful horror of the face! The eyes are bulged out of the head, the greenish-white face is convulsed with a grin of madness, the blue lips are drawn apart, and the tongue is lolling out, while the hair literally stands on end. The canvas is so arranged that a faint green light falls upon it, and you look at it through a small magnifying glass. Every detail is thus brought out, and the arrangement of the light is such that it heightens the startling ghastliness of the subject. Some years ago, when I saw this picture for the first time, I felt that here, depicted on canvas, was a pictorial representation of the horror I experienced on the terrible night that I passed with the dead in the Egertons' tomb. Let it be remembered that I was but 12 years of age, with far more imaginative than reasoning power, for few boys at that age, except the prodigies, who never live long, do reason, and it is a fact, not without some psychological value, that the new coffin did not inspire me with any fear. Perhaps in some vague and undefined way I had a notion that the new lead and elm and oak were sufficient to prevent the ghost of that dead man coming forth. But the rent coffins and the heaps of debris, those were what fascinated me with a stony fear. And I watched them, and watched, and watched, until my strained eyes ached, and still I watched. How long may be judged by the fact that I suddenly noticed that the candle had all but burnt down to the clay, and with a cry, I am sure I cried out, I sprang from my cramped position, lighted another candle, and got back again to the door. Presently, I will not undertake to say how long it was after I had put up the fresh candle, for the half-paralysed brain in such cases is incapable of measuring time. I saw from the heap of debris in the corner a skull roll out onto the floor and grin at me with its chapless face. Then, some minutes later, various bones came out of the heap, and, attaching themselves to the skull and to each other in anatomical order, they made a perfect skeleton that gradually rose up and performed a danse macabre. I tried to avert my gaze from this awful sight, but could not. My eyes were riveted there with an appalling fascination. I heard the rattling of the skeleton's bones, and the clicking of its jaw as it worked it about with an idiotic grin, and soon I heard something move. There was a terrible banging and crashing, and with a glance I saw that the various old coffins on the shelves had burst open, and their fleshless occupants were sitting up, rattling their jaws and sawing the air with their skeleton arms. Then suddenly, and as if by some signal, they all sprang to the ground. There were a couple of dozen of them at least, and amongst them, strangely enough, was one clad in complete armour. Where he came from I do not know, as I had not noticed him amongst those on the shelves. He wore a helmet, and his visor was down, while in his bony hand he grasped a cross-handled sword. This extraordinary apparition seemed to inspire me with additional terror, for by some instinct I knew that he meant me harm. The others all crowded round him, as if to prevent him getting near me, and he moved backwards and forwards, making feints and dodges to escape them. And suddenly he did manage to elude their vigilance, and raising his ponderous sword with both hands, he was about to aim a terrific blow at me, when suddenly, between me and him, there stood a radiant figure. It was a figure of pure white marble, and yet it moved. Waving a white arm, it warned him off, and he cowered back into a corner. And then it fixed its pitying and pensive eyes on me. It was the beautiful effigy from the monument in the church above, that effigy upon which I had so often gazed with lingering and loving admiration. And many a time during the Sunday services I had, like one in a waking dream, given that marble lady colour and warmth and life. And often, as I did so, a dumb voice within me said, "How beautiful you are! And being so beautiful, how good you must have been! And being so beautiful and so good, you could only have died so young because God was short of an angel for his choir." That was ever my unuttered thought, for the magnificent marble effigy was to me a poem, and I loved it. And now, in this awful moment when the wrathful knight in armour would have slain me, that sweet lady had come to save me from his fury. Once more she waved her fair round arm, and all those gruesome skeletons went back to their coffins, and she gradually faded away, until she appeared as a rosy star that continued to hover over me for a long time, until, oh joy, the ponderous door swung open, and one of the gravediggers, a man well known to me, entered. At first he staggered, and was startled on beholding me, but, recognizing me, he seized me in his brawny arms and rushed up the stairs. It was a glorious morning. The sun was rising, birds were singing in every tree, The night had passed, and for many hours I had been entombed with the dead. Had I really seen what I have related, or did I dream it? Whichever it was, I had spent such a night of terror that the wonder is I lived through it. It remains for me to tell, as I subsequently learned, that the sexton, having exhausted himself with a fruitless chase, had descended the steps of the vault to close the door for the night, but finding it closed, he concluded that one of the grave-diggers had been there before him. At 6 o'clock in the morning the gravedigger had entered the vault to see that nothing had been left in, preparatory to its being hermetically sealed up, and so he had discovered me. I was lying stretched on the floor, grasping the pieces of candle in my hand. My companions, having missed me on the previous evening, concluded I had hurried back to the school, and so they went home also. My non-arrival within a reasonable time caused some consternation. I say some, because on 1 or 2 previous occasions I had absented myself all night, and had gone to some friends of my family who resided in Bowden. To these friends a messenger was dispatched the first thing in the morning, but before he returned I put in an appearance, and the narration of what I had gone through saved me from the punishment which otherwise would have been meted out. On the following Sunday, as I filed into the church with my schoolmates, I caught sight of the old sexton, and I noted that on his polished cranium there were still traces of the green band I had painted there, and which had caused me to pass that terrible night with the dead, the memory of which will never leave me until memory itself is no more. End of story 15.
Story 16 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. 16. The Blood Drips, an Unsolved Mystery. For a long time, for years in fact, at short intervals, the following advertisement appeared in most, if not all, the London papers, and many of the provincial ones. To let, on long lease at low rental, or freehold to be sold cheap, a magnificent family residence, complete with every convenience suitable for a large family. The house stands in its own grounds, comprising nearly 3½ acres, part of which is natural wood, while the remainder is laid out as flower and kitchen gardens. There is stabling for 4 or 5 horses, with commodious carriage house, harness room, hay and corn lofts, and spacious apartments for coachmen, grooms, etc. The property, which is only 25 miles from London, enjoys an unequal situation both as regards salubrity and views. The country is open all round, with extensive woods in the neighbourhood. The climate is bracing, gravel soil lying on chalk, an adequate supply of water, and drainage perfect. Apply in the first instance to Smeaton, Weardale and Smeaton, estate and house agents, valuers and auctioneers, etc. 105 New Bond Street, London, West. On the first blush, this advertisement was very attractive, and its bona fides was beyond question, seeing that such a well-known and old-established firm as Smeaton, Weardale and Smeaton was responsible for it. But a second reading would naturally have caused any thinking person to ask himself why, if this property was all that was represented, it should be offered at very low rental or cheaply if bought. Now it was very certain that there was something wrong, otherwise a magnificent family residence, and 3½ acres of ground, need not wait long for a customer. But, as already stated, this advertisement continued to appear at short intervals for years, so that those who were familiar with it knew quite well that out of the hundreds of thousands of people who must have read it, no one had yet been induced to invest. Now, what was the object in continuing the advertisement, upon which a large sum of money must have been spent, if a customer was not forthcoming? The only answer to this was that the owner or owners of the property hoped that by continuing it long enough, the advertisement would at last attract the right person, and in the end this hope was realized. One morning, an August morning it was, brilliant with sunlight, when even grimy London looked bright and cheerful, a gentleman entered the office of Smeaton, Weardale and Smeaton. There was something about him that suggested long residence abroad, his dress and appearance generally. He wore a soft grey felt hat, a large flowing necktie, and loose collar, and a grey check suit of clothes, which, though faultless as to their cut, had never been made in England, or, at any rate, not in London. For your London tailor has a style which, to the practised eye, is unmistakable. The gentleman was evidently an invalid or a convalescent. He was thin, languid, and delicate-looking. There were dark rims under his eyes, and, though his face was tanned with sun, it was greyish in its hue, and suggestive of an undermined constitution. Smeaton, Weardale and Smeaton's offices were extensive and luxuriously fitted, as became a first-class firm of estate agents in so fashionable a neighbourhood as New Bond Street. The gentleman was received by a page-boy, and shown into a waiting-room, which was furnished with velvet lounges and chairs, and plentifully supplied with newspapers. "I wish to see one of the principals," said the gentleman, handing the page-boy his card, on which was engraved, "Walter Reginald Minton, M.E., British Columbia." The boy bowed, took the card, and retired. In a few minutes an obsequious clerk entered, and with many bows requested Mr. Walter Reginald Minton to "kindly step this way, sir." Mr. Minton followed the clerk, who showed him into a large, handsomely furnished room, the walls of which were covered with photographs of houses of all kinds and coloured plans of estates. At a massive mahogany desk sat a well-preserved gentleman long past the prime of life, but with silver hair, a bright keen eye, and a rubicund face that suggested a fondness for good living and old-crusted port. "Do I address Mr. Smeaton?" asked the stranger. "Yes, sir. I am the head of the firm. Pray, take a chair," and Mr. Smeaton put his white fat hands together with professional dignity, and waited for his visitor to state his business. "I've noticed an advertisement in the Times," began Mr. Minton, taking from his pocket-book a half-sheet of notepaper, on which the advertisement alluded to had been neatly gummed. "It has reference to the sale of a family residence, and I should like to have some further particulars about it." Mr. Smeaton's eyes brightened up with joyful expectancy, as, glancing at the sheet of notepaper, he recognized the advertisement which had become fossilized, so to speak, in the London dailies. "Oh yes," he answered pleasantly, and with a most becoming smile. "The advertisement accurately describes the property." "Where is it situated?" "About 6 miles from station on the south-eastern line, an hour's run from London." "There will be no difficulty in my seeing it?" "Oh, none whatever." "I may mention that I am a mining engineer, and have been for many years in British Columbia, but having made a moderate fortune, and being in very bad health, I am anxious to settle down in my native country." "Ah, just so," remarked Mr. Smeaton blandly, and stroking his smoothly shaven chin. "Are you a family man, Mr. Minton, may I ask?" "Yes, I have a wife and 1 daughter, 20 years of age." Mr. Smeaton's countenance seemed to fall just ever so little, as he replied, "Umph! I am afraid then if your family is so small you may find the house larger than you require." "Oh no," answered Minton quickly, and Mr. Smeaton's countenance recovered again. "We like a large house, for we keep a good deal of company." "Then I don't think you can do better than purchase Dumthorpe Hall," said Mr. Smeaton, with a gracious smile. "Is that the name of the place?" "Yes. Of course, if you become the owner you will be at liberty to adopt any other name you like. Now I suggest, before entering into any further particulars, that we go down and see the property. You couldn't have a better day. The country will be charming under this brilliant sun. If you will allow me, I shall have much pleasure in accompanying you." "That will suit me admirably. I am staying at the Tavistock Hotel. We can call there in a cab, and pick up my wife and daughter." Mr. Smeaton struck his bell, and the page-boy appeared with such alacrity that one might have thought that the bell set some spring in motion which shot the boy into the room. "Peter, look up the next train for " "Yes, sir." 2 minutes later the boy came back. There is a train at 12:50, sir. Good. Mr. Smeaton looked at his massive gold watch, although a handsome clock stood on the mantelpiece, the force of habit, no doubt. We have an hour and a half, ample time, and as I have a little business to do, perhaps you will permit me to meet you at the station? Oh, certainly. A few minutes later, Mr. Minton was on his way to his hotel, and, punctual to the time, he and his wife, a charming but delicate and nervous-looking lady, and his daughter, a no less charming girl, were at the station, where Mr. Smeaton had already arrived and procured first-class tickets. On alighting at after an hour's run through a pleasant country, a brougham and pair of horses, which Mr. Smeaton had ordered by telegraph from the landlord of the hotel near the station, were waiting, and the party at once drove to Dumthorpe Hall, a distance of over 6 miles from the station. "I should mention," remarked Mr. Smeaton, just before reaching the place, "that the property has, unfortunately, been allowed to fall into a somewhat dilapidated condition, for the owner, who is in India, has sadly neglected it. However, that will be duly taken into consideration in fixing the purchase money." As regards the situation, the advertisement had scarcely done it justice. The country, diversified with wood, hill, and dale, was charming, and looked at its very best on this brilliant summer's day. The entrance to the grounds of Dumthorpe Hall was through a gateway, the gates being wrought iron, and of handsome design, but now rusty, and out of the perpendicular, owing to the sinking of the foundations of one of the pillars on which they were hung. Some difficulty, therefore, was experienced in getting in. There was a small lodge at the entrance, but it was overrun with dragged creepers, and the windows were covered with the accumulated dirt of years. As the visitors stood for a few moments looking about them, after the difficulty of opening the gate had been overcome, Miss Minton suddenly uttered a startled cry, and clung in alarm to her father's arm. "What is it? What is it, my dear?" he asked quickly. "Oh, look there!" she exclaimed, pointing with her parasol to the ground a few feet away, and he did look, and beheld an adder leisurely moving across the pathway. Mr. Smeaton saw it too, and, springing forward, he struck the reptile with his stick, killing it at once, and he tossed it among the trees out of sight. "If I were superstitious," remarked Mr. Minton, "I should take that as an evil omen." "I am glad you are not superstitious," replied Mr. Smeaton with a laugh, "for the fact is this place has the reputation of being haunted." He uttered this quickly, jerked it out, as it were, as though he was glad to get it off his mind, the incident of the snake having given him the opportunity of making the remark. "Haunted?" exclaimed the two ladies in a breath, while something like a scared appearance came into their faces. "Of course that won't affect you, ladies," said Mr. Smeaton with a bland smile. "You are above being affected by such silly nonsense, I am sure." They walked on, the brougham followed slowly. The drive was all overgrown with moss and grass, and strewn with decaying leaves and pieces of branches of trees that had been whirled off by gales. Presently the drive took a turn, then expanded, and the house came in view. It was an old Elizabethan mansion, with pointed gables and a red-tiled roof that gave it a very quaint appearance, but it looked forlorn and mouldering to decay, even with the sun pouring down a flood of golden light upon it. Had it been seen under less favourable atmospheric conditions, it would certainly have worn a repellent aspect. Ivy and honeysuckle had struggled to the very eaves, and hung in straggling and ragged festoons about the windows. The interior of the hall was worse than the exterior. Cobwebs hung from the ceiling in long ropes. The paper had peeled from the walls. The fire grates were red with rust. The windows obscured with dirt. The floors black and in some places rotten, while pervading the whole house was a dank, earthy, mouldering smell, like that which comes from a newly opened tomb. The ladies shuddered, and were evidently repelled by the cheerlessness and gloom of the house. But Mr. Smeaton chatted pleasantly and glibly. He had a smooth tongue, and great fluency, and knew how to say pretty things in dulcet tones. He was very anxious to get the property of his hands, and as Mr. Minton seemed a likely customer, he was not going to let him slip if talking would secure him. The premises were thoroughly examined. They certainly were commodious and not ill-planned, but paint, paper, and whitewash everywhere wanted renewing. The same neglect characterized the grounds. They were howling wildernesses of ill weeds, and the conservatories were falling to pieces. The ladies certainly were not impressed, although they expressed admiration for the position in view, and there could be no doubt that the situation was healthy, for it stood high. Gravel and chalk were the geological features for miles round, and the air was singularly pure, while the water was liquid crystal. "Well," said Mr. Minton, reflecting when the survey was over, "I can see certain potentialities in that place." "Potentialities? I should think so, my dear sir," exclaimed the agent joyfully. "With the expenditure of a little money it can be made into a palace." Without answering this remark, Mr. Minton, turning to his wife and daughter, said, "What is your opinion, darlings?" "Well," answered his wife cautiously, "we have seen it under every possible disadvantage as far as neglect and dirt go, and I think it would want a lot of money spending to put it in order." "But what is the story about its being haunted?" asked the young lady, addressing Mr. Smeaton, and unable to suppress a little shudder. Mr. Smeaton laughed loudly, almost boisterously, as he made reply, "My dear young lady, such stories as these are always so ridiculous that they cannot be discussed by sensible people." He dismissed the subject with his bland smile and a lofty wave of his white hand. As they returned to town, Mr. Minton for the first time asked the price, and the figure named by Mr. Smeaton was so low that the other opened his eyes in astonishment. "Is there anything the matter with the place?" Mr. Minton asked with great point. "Nothing, I pledge you my honour," answered the agent equally emphatic, "beyond its reputation as a haunted house, but it's right to say that that reputation has kept the place untenanted for 20 years with one short break. It was let on a yearly tenancy to a family who only remained, however, 6 months." "Why did they leave?" asked the two ladies in concert. "They said that they heard noises, and that what looked like blood dripped from the ceilings." "Oh!" exclaimed the mother and daughter with a little start, and nestling closer to each other, as if for mutual protection. Mr. Minton smiled sceptically, and his smile did not escape the agent, who said quickly, "I have told you frankly the cause of our not being able to let or sell the place. That is the sole reason, and it certainly does not say much for our boasted enlightenment that so splendid a property should go begging through such a senseless cause." "You are right," exclaimed Mr. Minton, and the other felt from this that the customer was secured. The following day, Mr. Minton, not wholly with his wife's and daughter's approbation, instructed his lawyers to make further inquiries, and examine the title deeds. The inquiries elicited nothing beyond what the agent had stated, namely, that people said it was haunted, while as for the title deeds, they were beyond dispute or quibble. The price asked was very low, but Mr. Minton's lawyers offered a still lower price, and as the agent's instructions were to sell at any price rather than let the place fall into absolute ruin, the bargain was closed, and Mr. Minton became the absolute possessor of Dumthorpe Hall. He immediately set a little army of workmen to work, gardeners, painters, paper hangers, plumbers, etc., as he was anxious to move in before the winter. Very soon the place had been transformed, and the prejudice of the ladies gave way. As they saw the change they expressed themselves delighted. As soon as the workmen were out, the upholsterers entered, and as they had carte blanche to furnish the house thoroughly and well, they had soon diffused comfort, warmth, and beauty where erstwhile all was decay and mildew. It was the last week in October when the family moved in. The autumn tints were on the land, but beyond that there was no trace of the approaching winter. The days were still warm and bright and sunny, for it had been an exceptionally fine season. A number of servants were already installed. The greenhouses and conservatories were filled with flowers. The gardens were already bright and gay, while in the stables were horses and carriages. In fact, the place was complete with everything that could give comfort or enjoyment to the family. Mr. Minton was a liberal provider, and being wealthy, having made his pile out of mines in British Columbia, he spared no expense. For the first few weeks all went merry as a marriage bell. The ladies expressed themselves charmed with the place. The dark days of November were drawing to a close, and the house was full of visitors, when one morning the cook approached Mrs. Minton and said, "Can I speak to you, mum, for a few minutes?" "Certainly, cook. What is it?" "Well, mum," she began sheepishly, "I've been awfully annoyed for several nights by somebody walking about over my head." "Oh, nonsense, cook, that couldn't be. The room over you is a lumber room, and it's just filled up with boxes." "Yes, mum, I know that, and that's what makes the noise all the queerer. And then yesterday morning something came down from the ceiling in the kitchen, like blood." Mrs. Minton turned a little pale and shuddered, for she remembered that the agent had mentioned the story about blood dripping from the ceiling. "What an extraordinary thing!" she said, with a forced laugh. "But the next time you are troubled with these phenomena, cook, pray come and call me." The cook did not seem quite satisfied as she went away, and that night, about 10 o'clock, she went to her mistress again with a scared white face, and said, "It's there again, mum. Will you please to come to my room?" Mrs. Minton went, and to her surprise she heard a steady measured tramp, tramp, tramp overhead. She sent for her husband. He came, and he heard the same sounds. He went into the room above, but there was nothing to account for those footsteps. In fact, so full was the room of boxes, trunks, etc., that there was not a clear floor space of 2 yards. Mrs. Minton did not go into the upper room. She waited for her husband coming down, and suddenly, as she was looking up towards the ceiling, something wet fell on her face. She uttered a little startled cry, and taking out of her handkerchief, wiped the wet off, and what was her astonishment to find that the handkerchief was stained with blood, or what seemed like blood. Such a shock did this cause her that she almost fainted, and when her husband returned she was pale and trembling. He expressed himself mystified, and it was evident that he was very much impressed. It was agreed that nothing should be said about this to anyone in the house, and the cook was enjoined to keep the matter secret for the present. But the following morning, after breakfast, the gentleman retired to the smoking room for a few whiffs, when a young fellow named Doble called out as he filled his pipe, "I say, Minton, old fellow, who is lodging over me?" "I don't think anyone is over you. In fact, I'm sure there's not. Why?" "Well, I don't know, but it seemed to me that some fellow with heavy boots did nothing but tramp about all night." Mr. Minton started. He could not help it, and he who had indignantly disavowed any belief in the supernatural was becoming superstitious. He laughed the matter off, however, and told his friend that he must have been suffering from nightmare. For the next 2 or 3 days nothing else occurred, or at any rate was mentioned, until Miss Minton went into her mother's room in a state of great fright, and exclaimed, "Oh, mamma, I've had such a shock! As I was dressing, something fell from the ceiling onto my face and neck, and when I wiped it off it was like blood." Mrs. Minton grew deadly pale as she heard this, but, recovering herself quickly, she answered, "Well, darling, I have experienced the same thing, but it is better to say nothing about it. As long as it is not more serious, we must put up with it. When the guests have gone, we will have the house examined. Possibly some trick is being played." Although she thus dismissed the subject for the time being, she could not get rid of the mystery so easily, and that strange drip from the ceilings was impartial, for it dripped on all alike and in all parts of the house. Other ladies and gentlemen complained of it, and the ladies became alarmed, while a thorough investigation organized by the gentlemen was entirely barren of result. They could discover nothing, absolutely nothing, and the ceilings, which had all been newly whitened, were stainless. These people felt they were in the presence of some mystery which they could not solve. But what was it? Of course the gentlemen scoffed, and even some of the stronger-minded ladies pooh-poohed. But there were others who held their peace, and, as soon as they could courteously do so, they took their departure. Mr. Minton was greatly concerned. If this sort of thing was to continue, he would hardly get guests to stay with him, while, as for his wife and daughter, it was evident they were suffering in their nerves. Then a fresh trouble arose. Some of the servants gave notice to leave, saying they were afraid to stay in such a place. The cook, who was an exceedingly good servant and liked her place, was loath to go, but she said that she would certainly have to leave if the annoyances did not stop. It need scarcely be said that the matter preyed upon Mr. Minton's mind. He had spent a large sum of money upon the house, and to be the victim of such an unsolvable annoyance was a great hardship. As Christmas approached, things seemed to get worse. Those drips from the ceilings were constantly falling, and the tramping, which was confined to 2 rooms, still went on. It became very obvious to Mr. Minton that his wife and daughter were suffering in health, though they tried not to show it, and he became greatly concerned. A new set of guests came down for Christmas, and care was taken not to put anyone into the room below that where the tramping was heard. But people complained, nevertheless, of red moisture dripping on them from the ceilings, and nervous people became frightened. Mr. Minton was not a man to be easily subdued. As a mining engineer, he had faced dangers in all shapes and forms, and had overcome difficulties that would have daunted less determined and less strong-minded men. But now this constant interruption to his domestic comfort and peace was telling sorely upon his already shattered health. He had come here for quietude and rest, but in spite of his care and lavish expenditure, it seemed as if his hopes were doomed to be blighted. As he was not quite able to divest himself of the idea that he was the victim of some stupid trickery, he, with the aid of a builder from the neighbouring town, examined the house from roof to basement, and all the time that he was pursuing his investigation, that mysterious dripping of a fluid like blood continued from the ceilings, and the tramping in the lumber room never ceased at night time. The examination, therefore, resulted in nothing, and the mystery was a mystery still. At last, driven to desperation, Mr. Minton resolved to try another expedient. That was to clear out the lumber room, have a bed put up there, and sleep in the room himself. This he did against the earnest, prayerful entreaties of his wife and daughter, and even of the servants. But he was resolute, saying he had never feared living man, and nothing dead could harm him. The arrangements completed, he wished his wife and daughter a fond good night, and when they exacted a promise from him that he would violently ring his bell if he required assistance, he laughed heartily, and retired to what had now come to be called in the house the haunted room. His wife and daughter were restless and uneasy, but as the hours sped, and there was no sound of the bell, they dropped off to sleep. In the morning, about 9 o'clock, Mr. Minton's valet went up to the room with hot water. He knocked at the door, there was no response. He knocked again, still no answer, so he tried the handle. It yielded, and he entered. Then from his hand fell the hot water jug he was carrying, and he staggered back with a wild cry of alarm. For lying on the bed, his limbs all contorted, the sheets twisted about his body like ropes, as if he had rolled and writhed in some torturing agony, his eyes starting from his head in horror, his mouth wide open, his hands clenched, the nails digging into the palms, was Mr. Minton, stone dead. Medical men were hastily summoned, but their services were of no avail. They could only certify that Mr. Minton, being in very delicate health, had received a shock of some sort, which had caused death. A shock of some sort? That was only too painfully evident. It did not need a medical man to state that. What they could not state was how the shock had been produced. Poor Mrs. Minton and her daughter were carried prostrated from the fatal house to a neighbour's, and they only entered it once again to take a last look at the remains of the husband and father. When he had been borne to his final resting place, his widow instructed her lawyers to sell off all the furniture immediately. That done, the accursed house was shut up, and it remained shut for over a dozen years. No one could be found to take it, and at last, only a few years ago, the estate was sold, the house razed to the ground, and some small villas erected on the land, and Dumpthorpe Hall became only a memory. Many people will no doubt remember what a fierce controversy raged at the time of Mr. Minton's tragic death, and how nearly every paper in the kingdom, big and little, advanced some theory to try and account for the phenomena which had alarmed servants and guests alike. Some of the papers discussed the affair banteringly, some with glib platitudes about the pitiable superstition which still lingered in some of the remote country districts, others again half seriously, and others still with appalling learnedness. Divines and laymen alike entered into the conflict of opinions, but in the end nothing was proved, nothing was solved, and the extraordinary mystery remains a mystery still. End of story 16. The blood drips.
Story 17 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by annabellesmith. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 17. The Dream That Came True. A Woman's Story. In the autumn of the year 18-, I went down to a quiet little village in the borderland of Dumfriesshire, intending to spend a few weeks there for the sake of rest and change. For 3 years I had been engaged in teaching in Glasgow, and overstudy, together with the climate and smoke of that grimy city, had undermined my health, so that rest and quiet had become an imperative necessity. I went to the village I speak of by the advice of my doctor, who told me that the air was bracing, the country round about delightful, and the place a perfect sleepy hollow, while I should be able to live there for, as he put it, an old song. This to me was a great consideration, for my purse was slender, and I was a delicate woman, dependent upon my own exertions for a livelihood. Under these circumstances, my doctor's recommendation was not to be ignored, and through his instrumentality I obtained lodgings in a small farm, occupied by kindly and homely people who knew little of the world beyond their own neighborhood. The good wife was some 60 years of age, and dearly loved a crack. She was chatty and gossipy, and seemed to know the histories of all the people in the village and its neighborhood from their birth upwards. In the course of a week, she had enlightened me as to who everyone was, seeming to take a keen delight in repeating every little bit of scandal with a running commentary of her own. I was not particularly interested in the old body's chatter, but it rather amused me than otherwise, and as it seemed to afford her pleasure, I allowed her to rattle on, while I was content to sit in a large old-fashioned chair and doze in dreamy indolence. "I was mindin'," she said to me one day, regretfully, "that there's ane person that I haven't helped you aboot, but the fact is I dinna ken aught aboot her myself. We ca' her the Mystery, but she's a poor, daft-like creature, and is no muckle worth troubling aboot." My interest was at once thoroughly aroused, for I saw instantly that my landlady's disrespectful way of speaking arose from a sense of wounded vanity at not having been able to learn anything about this mysterious person, who, I felt sure, must be remarkable, since she had been able to defy the prying impertinence of this old woman. "Indeed," I remarked, "and where does this Mystery live?" "Well, maybe you've been seeing an old, ragged-looking hoose just beyond the village there to the east. It stands in a bit of ground, and has a lot of green stuff growing up it." I had to confess that I had not noticed this particular house, whereupon my entertainer expressed great surprise, and went on to inform me that for a long time it had been without a tenant, but at last had been bought by its present occupant, who had resided in it ever since with one servant, an old woman who, according to this dear old gossip's account, was waur than the mistress, for folk couldna get a thing oot o' her. I was amused at the indignant way in which my landlady spoke, as though she considered, and as a matter of fact she did so consider, that she and the little community had been scandalized and outraged by this mysterious lady not at once proclaiming her whole history for the benefit of the gossips. To her it seemed really shameful, but to me this reticence presented itself in the light of a virtue, and I felt drawn towards the unknown lady by a bond of sympathy. She bore the somewhat uncommon name, as I learnt, of Slark, Mrs. Lydia Slark. She went to the village church every Sunday, owed no one a penny in the place, was quiet and uncommunicative, and neither visited nor received visitors. This was the sum and substance of what was known about her, and a person could thus keep her affairs to herself in so small a community was sure to be looked upon with suspicion, and spoken of as a mystery, while dark hints might even be dropped that such a remarkably reticent person must be in league with the evil one himself. Now, being a woman, my curiosity was naturally stimulated by this information, and though I did not like tittle-tattle, and never concerned myself about other folks' private business, I could not avoid a secret desire to know something of the mysterious lady who had so successfully defied the scrutiny of a whole village. A day or two later, I made my way towards the residence of Mrs. Slark. It was a sombre day, and the brown withered leaves, last sad relics of summer glories, lay thickly strewn about the roads and lanes, ever and anon being whirled around in little columns by the fitful gusts of wind that swept across the land, heralding the approach of winter. Little of the house could be seen from the road, owing to intervening trees and shrubs. Wishing to get a better view of it, I pushed open the heavy iron gate, which creaked with a sort of complaint at being disturbed from its rusty indolence. I advanced for some yards up the pathway until I was enabled to obtain a full view of the building. It was a large, old-fashioned brick house, the walls almost hidden from view by clustering ivy. The grounds were overgrown with weeds and rank grass, and there was not a single patch of cultivation to relieve the eye. The entrance to the house was by a porch, over which a wild honeysuckle had straggled in the wildest disorder, and hung down in ragged festoons, giving the place a forlorn and neglected appearance. With one exception, every window was shrouded by a dingy, yellow blind. Before the porch, in the center of a little circular plot of rusty green grass, was a fountain with a stucco basin, in which were a few inches of dirty water and a figure that had fallen from its pedestal. It was a composition statue of a female half-draped, but now it was covered with slime and dirt. As I gazed on all this desolation, I thought of Edgar Allan Poe's House of Usher, and I almost expected to see this neglected building sink with a crash beneath my feet. As I was about to turn and leave the grounds, I was suddenly arrested by the shrill trilling of a canary, and, looking in the direction from whence the sounds proceeded, I saw that the little songster was hung in a gilded cage at the only window not screened by a blind. But it was not the only thing I saw, for a lady was standing there also. I felt ashamed of myself for having thus intruded, and commenced to retrace my steps. But before I was hidden by the trees, I heard a cough, and, looking round, saw the lady on the doorstep. I felt now that I could not retreat without some few words of excuse for my rudeness, so, going back, I began to stammer forth something about my being a stranger in the place, and to mumble apologies for intruding on her privacy. I noted that the lady was about 50 years of age, and of commanding presence. She had once been beautiful, and even then there were traces of beauty remaining, though sorrow and time together had ploughed ruts in the once fair brow. She had soft, tender blue eyes, and the hair, though iron grey, was abundant, and braided in thick plaits, which were twisted round the head somewhat in the old German fashion. In the face itself there was such an expression of sadness that I felt drawn towards her, a sadness that was by no means expelled, but rather emphasized, by the smile with which she greeted me. "You seem interested in my poor abode," she remarked in a musical and plaintive voice. "I am afraid I have been excessively rude," I replied, "but the fact is—" "Pray do not excuse yourself," she returned kindly. "I saw that you were a stranger, for I know by sight all the people round about. It is not often I am honoured with visitors, more especially a lady, and if you will please to come in and partake of my humble hospitality, you are very welcome." I was naturally astonished at this freely proffered invitation, for I had been led to imagine that the owner of the house was a morose, surly person, who shunned all intercourse with her fellows. But instead of that, I found her charming in every respect, and proffering me hospitality without the slightest knowledge as to who I was. I understood at once that she was a superior person, and had silently resented the impudent attempts of her neighbours to probe her heart. "You are very kind," I answered, "but the fact is I am somewhat of a valetudinarian. I have overworked myself in Glasgow, and came down here for rest and change. My intrusion on your privacy cannot be excused." "Pray say no more," she exclaimed with such heartiness that I was completely set at rest, and she extended her hand to me, a hand that was soft and white. I was much struck by this spontaneous cordiality to an utter stranger, and producing my card case, I gave her my card and mentioned the name of my doctor, on whose recommendation I had come down. "Pray come in," she said, in her pleasant, persuasive way, as she glanced at my card. I followed her through the dimly lighted hall into the room at the window of which the canary still warbled. It was a dingy, musty apartment. The paper on the walls was greatly discolored by age, while the carpet was so faded that it had become a dirty gray. Half a dozen lumbering mahogany chairs, a round table, a small well-stocked bookcase, and a mirror over the mantelpiece, together with a massive marble clock and a few ornaments, constituted the whole of the furniture. But I noted at one end of the room, hanging in the center of the wall that faced the light, was a very massive picture frame, but I could not determine then as to what the frame contained, for it was partly screened by a black velvet curtain, which was only a little smaller than the frame itself. When I had taken a rapid survey of the room, the strange occupant of the house motioned me to be seated. "Although we are strangers," she said, "I am so glad you have come. It is years since I have received a visitor, and when I saw one of my own sex in the garden, I could not resist the temptation to break the monotony I have so long endured." "Surely, madam," I began, feeling that I was being drawn towards this woman in an unaccountable way. "It must have been a strange cause that induced you to immure yourself in such a way, for I may frankly state that I have heard in the village that you lead a hermit sort of life." "Yes," she answered with a sigh, "the cause is strange, but let me offer you some refreshment." In spite of my protest, she rang the bell, and the old woman, who had been described to me as "waur than the mistress," appeared, and her mistress bade her put some luncheon on the table in another room. In a few minutes the luncheon was announced as ready, and during the time that we were partaking of it, my hostess with tact and skill managed to learn a good deal about myself. I found her charming and irresistible, and by the time the meal was finished I really felt as if I could tell her anything, and that instead of having known her for a brief hour, I had known her for years. Luncheon finished, she invited me to return to the parlor. We chatted away for some time, and she gradually grew more confidential, and on my remarking, "Although I know nothing of your history, I venture to give expression to my sympathy, for I am sure that only some great sorrow could have driven one so accomplished as yourself into such exile as this." She turned away for a few moments as if overcome with emotion, which my words had aroused. Then she answered, "You are right. It was a great sorrow, and one as unexpected as it was overwhelming. You see that frame?" pointing to the frame on the wall. "It contains a portrait. For years it has hung there as you see, but I have never dared to gaze upon it. Your visit here has awakened many bitter memories, and has served to accentuate my loneliness. It has produced in me a strange longing to break the spell by which I seem to be surrounded, and I crave for sympathy and comfort. You will think me strange and eccentric, no doubt, but if you knew my sorrow you would excuse me." "Indeed, I do excuse you as it is," I said, endeavoring to express by my tone how truly sympathetic I was. Women are quick to take to each other under such circumstances, jealous of each other, and bitter, and even cruel they can be, but once let them be drawn towards each other by heart sorrow, and they can at once be all tenderness, all truth, all love. Men cannot understand this feeling, but women know how true it is. Mrs. Slark came to the chair on which I was seated, and taking my hand, she grasped it warmly, saying in trembling accents, "This does me good. It breaks the ice, as it were. It thaws me. For the first time in many years, I will once more gaze upon that portrait. Often in my solitude have I been tempted to do so before, but I felt that I dare not while alone." She advanced to the wall, drew back the dusty velvet, and disclosed the portrait of a gentleman. Time and neglect had laid their destroying hands on the picture, but the face was perfect. It was that of a man in the meridian of life. The forehead was massive, bespeaking intelligence, but the eyes were the largest and strangest eyes I ever saw. It seemed to me as if there was something weird and even supernatural in them, and so faithfully had the artist done his work that, even after the long lapse of years, they seemed to glow from the canvas with a living light. When Mrs. Slark drew the velvet, she turned deadly pale, trembled violently, and fixed her gaze on the painting. When some minutes had passed, and seeing how violently agitated she was, I arose, and, going to her, I laid my hand on her shoulder, saying softly, "You do not seem well. The portrait evidently affects you." She relinquished her hold of the velvet, which fell into its place again. Then, as I led her to a seat, she burst into tears. I did not speak again for some moments. I knew it was better she should weep. "Forgive my weakness," she said at last, "but the sight of that portrait has strangely affected me. Dare I inquire the cause of a sorrow so great as yours?" I asked. "Yes," she answered. "I feel that it would do me good to impart to another the secret I have so long pent up in my own breast. Ah, how terribly a man may blight a woman's life!" I assented to this with a sigh. "The original of that portrait was my husband. It is now nearly 30 years since I was married to him, but he was not my first love. You know we women say that a woman never gets her first love, and no doubt it's true. He whose bride I hoped to become had been acquainted with me from my earliest girlhood. His name was Meredith, Walter Meredith. He was highly gifted, a poet of no mean order, and somewhat of a dreamer. One day, when he came to see me, he was much distressed. I asked him what had upset him, and he said I should laugh if he told me. I urged him, however, and he informed me that we should never become man and wife. "But why?" I exclaimed. "Well," he continued somewhat reluctantly, 3 times running I have dreamed a dream." In spite of my promise, I could not help laughing, and said banteringly, "Surely you are of sterner stuff than those who are affected by dreams." "I tell you, Lydia," he answered, "I have dreamed this dream 3 times running. I thought that I had a false friend, who outwardly had a smooth and honest face, but in my dream I was permitted to see another face beneath that one, and it was a bad, cruel, deceitful face. And wherever he went I saw burning above his head like a halo the word death in letters of fire, and the end of this dream each night was that the strange man seized me in his powerful arms and hurled me into space. And down I sank, plunging into horrid darkness, until, when the climax of agony was reached, I awoke with a start, and found myself bathed in perspiration. I laughed again as he finished, but he assured me that the dream had made a singular impression upon him, and it had begotten him a presentiment that he could not shake off. About 6 months after he had related this extraordinary dream to me, my only brother, who had been traveling in Italy, returned, bringing with him an Italian friend, who was visiting England for the first time. His name was Carlo Garcia, and he became our guest. It is useless for me to attempt to deny the fact, and equally useless to attempt to explain it. The fact is that that man, Carlo Garcia, exercised an extraordinary fascination over me. He was highly educated, but withal a mystic, and he had done something more than dabble in those things which are supposed to be beyond the reach of our human intellect. He was a brilliant conversationalist, a pleasant companion, and there were few subjects that were beyond his grasp. He came to us for a few weeks, but he and my brother were soon so attached that his stay stretched into months. His charm of manner and conversation seemed to influence all with whom he came in contact, and though I used to think Meredith was sometimes jealous of him, even he convinced to admiring him. Near the end of the 5th month of Garcia's stay with us, and when the day for my wedding with Walter Meredith was drawing near, the terrible news came to us one morning that Walter's body, shattered almost out of recognition, had been found at the base of some tremendous chalk cliffs that rose up from the seashore near our residence. You see, I speak calmly now, but that event threatened for some time not only my reason, but my life. Over the cliffs a pathway ran, and this was a favorite walk of Walter's. In one part of the edge of the cliffs was a great notch, as though a piece had been scooped out with a huge gauge. The gap sloped at a steep angle for a dozen yards or so, then ended abruptly, and went down 200 feet perpendicularly. It was at the foot of this place that Meredith's body was found lying on the hard shingle, which was reddened with his blood. Investigation proved beyond doubt that he slipped down the gap I have spoken of. But no investigation brought to light how he came to go down there. A month later, Garcia returned to Italy, and I saw nothing of him again for a whole year, when, unexpectedly, he presented himself at our house, and within a very short time after he began to talk love to me. The old fascination he had once exercised over me revived, and though I could not forget my dead love, I found myself falling under this strange man's influence, and when one day he asked me to become his wife, I was not so much surprised as alarmed. I say alarmed because somehow I could not shake off a vague feeling of dread that I entertained for him. I could not possibly have defined this dread, but I knew that it existed, and I was so ashamed of it, because my people were wrapped up in him, that I kept it to myself. He spoke to my father and mother and brother, and as they were in favor of the union, and as he vowed that he would never know a moment's happiness unless I became his, I consented. Then he kissed me for the first time, and never shall I forget to my dying day the extraordinary thrill contact with his lips produced in me. It was not a thrill of pleasure, but pain, and that night, in the solitude of my own room, I asked myself whether I truly loved the man. I was conscious that he had exerted some strange power over me, and though I was fascinated, I could not determine if I loved him. She paused here, and presently said, "But perhaps my story is boring you?" "On the contrary," I exclaimed. "I assure you I am deeply interested." "Well, I will be brief. We were married. My wedding day, however, did not make me feel happy. My thoughts wandered back to the halcyon days, when I had given my heart to the man who then lay mouldering in his grave. I almost brought myself to believe that, by accepting the love of another, I was desecrating the dead man's memory. The marriage bells did not make music to my ears, but sounded harsh and inharmonious. And what struck me as being extraordinarily strange then was that my husband appeared melancholy. Outwardly, he was all gaiety, but it was forced. We went on the continent for our honeymoon, and the kindness and tenderness Carlo displayed entirely changed me, so that when we returned I felt that I loved him truly. But I noted with alarm that he was sinking into a state of morbid melancholy. He told me it was the effects of overstudy. He was engaged in drawing a chart of the heavens, astronomy being a subject in which he was passionately interested. We returned home, and settled down in a charming little retreat near Edinburgh. My husband, however, gradually grew worse. His eyes assumed a wild, vacant stare, and his face became deathly pale, while white threads appeared in his black hair. He would walk the garden which surrounded the house in the wildest storm, his eyes ablaze, his arms beating the air. I grew terribly alarmed, and consulted a physician, but Carlo declined to see him. In the course of 6 months, this young and handsome husband of mine had become a prematurely old man. His whole nature, too, had changed. He was irritable, fretful, and neglected me. I saw clearly that something was affecting his mind, but, though I saw the effect, I was powerless to discover the cause. One evening when we were sitting together, he suddenly sank on his knees with a wild cry of despair, and, covering his face with his hands, he exclaimed, spare me, for mercy's sake, spare me." I almost fainted with fright, but rushing to him, I asked him what was the matter. He was bathed in perspiration, his eyes were wild, his face and lips blanched, and he had a dazed, stunned appearance. I helped him to a chair, and revived him with stimulants, but he could not, or would not, give me any reasons for his strange attack. From that hour he seemed to grow more and more melancholy, and I had him closely watched, for I felt sure insanity was approaching. The denouement came at last. It was a Sunday evening. I had been to church, leaving Carlo at home, for he would not be persuaded to go with me. A sullen, gloomy day had culminated in a night of storm. A fierce gale drove in from the sea, bringing heavy squalls of rain with it. Our house was much exposed, and very lonely, standing as it did, by itself on an elevation, with lofty trees surrounding it. We kept a large watchdog, and on this particular night he howled and whined in a manner altogether unusual. I, too, seemed to be the victim of some extraordinary nervousness, which was increased, or possibly engendered, by the howling of the dog, the screeching wind, the rustling of the trees, and the beating rain. I had already sent one of the servants to try and calm the dog, but her efforts had been fruitless, and working up at last to a state of unbearable irritation, I begged my husband to go out, unchain the poor brute, and bring him into the kitchen. Somewhat reluctantly he consented to do this, and threw a mackintosh over his shoulders. As he opened the door, a furious gust of wind whirled a heap of leaves into the hall, and at the same moment there was a terrific crash, and something came thundering down close to the steps. Carlo rushed back into the room, his face livid, his hair almost standing on end, and he sank helpless into a chair. I went into the hall to try and close the door, and I found that a pine tree had been torn up by the roots and hurled across the pathway. When I returned, my husband was sitting in the same position. I tried to soothe him. I pressed his head to my bosom. I bathed his temples and spoke words of comfort. Suddenly he started up, and pushing me away, exclaimed, "Lydia, do not touch me. You are an angel of mercy, but I am lost, lost. I have deceived you, but can do so no longer. My secret has tortured me with the torture of the damned. Your lover, Meredith, was slain by me. I pushed him over the cliff because I was jealous of him, and I wanted you for myself. Since then, he has haunted me." He screamed out here and pointed to a long window that opened onto a lawn, and at which the curtains had not been drawn. Almost mechanically, I turned to where he pointed, and whether it was that my imagination had been wrought up to a morbid condition by what I had gone through, and the awful revelation I had just listened to, I know not, but this I vow is true. In the blackness of the window, I saw a shadowy form. Then my husband sank to the floor with a groan. "Will this torture never end?" he muttered. When I looked at the window again, the figure had gone. There was an appalling silence in the room then, a silence broken only by the furious beating of my own heart, which I distinctly heard, and by the clock on the mantelpiece, the heavy ticking of which seemed to me like the sounds of an axe ringing on a steel plate. I was rooted to the spot, unable to move hand or limb. A spell seemed to have been set upon me. Oh, the horror of that moment. It was as if every second was an age. I found myself looking at my husband. His face was ghastly. His eyes were bent fixedly on the window. He was gasping for breath, and seemed to be choking, and I have a recollection that I tried to speak, but my tongue refused utterance. I closed my eyes at last to shut out the horror of that man's face. Then I experienced a sensation as if I was being whirled round and round with tremendous velocity. Once more I opened my eyes and looked at him. He had not moved. His face seemed to have become more ghastly. The blue veins stood out on his temples like cords. His eyes appeared to glow with absolute fire. I felt then that if the spell was not broken, I should fall down dead. Suddenly, a mist seemed to rise from the floor. All things faded from my sight, and there was a blank. I had swooned. How long I lay there I know not, but it must have been a long time, for when I awoke the eastern light was breaking. My hair was disheveled, and the front of my dress was covered with clotted blood. I had evidently bled from the nostrils, and I suppose that had saved my life. Then the horror of all I had endured rushed through my brain. I feared to look round lest I should again see his awful face. I called him by his name. There was no answer. Then, with an all but superhuman effort, I turned to where I had last seen him, but he had gone, and I was alone. For many hours after, I lay in a raging fever. Kind friends flitted round my bed, and ministered to my wants, but he came not. I feared to ask the question that trembled on my lips. Where was he? At length my attendants seemed to come and go with a stealthier tread. I saw strangers in the room, and people spoke in mysterious whispers. I could bear the suspense no longer. "Where is my husband?" I cried. Each one turned to the other and seemed to be communicating by strange signals. "Tell me," I repeated, "where is my husband?" "You shall know soon," they answered. "I will know now," I shrieked as, springing from the bed and breaking away from them, I rushed to his room and saw him dead and in his coffin. I had a serious relapse, and for a long time fluttered between life and death, but my time had not come, and slowly I recovered. Then I learned that on the morning following that awful night he had been found at the bottom of the garden, lying on his face, stark and dead, with the blue blood oozing from his mouth. As you may imagine, that place was fraught with too much that was painful for me to remain there, and for a long time I traveled about with my mother until she died, and soon after I lost my only brother. The charm of life had now gone for me. The world could give no pleasure, and so at last I came here to bury myself in solitude with an old and faithful servant who will remain with me as long as I live, and in order to lose my identity as far as possible, I assumed the name of a relative. I listened with absorbed interest to this remarkable story, which was told with striking dramatic power. She was the better for having told me her history, for her solitude and the burden of her secret had become unbearable. From that hour, a strong friendship sprang up between us, and it resulted in my going to live with her. The friendship was uninterrupted for 6 years. Then I nursed her in a brief illness, which terminated in her sudden death. She had willed her property to me, and the first thing I did was to utterly destroy the portrait of Carlo Garcia, for it filled me with a sense of horror. I had looked upon it once, and once only. That was on the morning when I first made the acquaintance of Mrs. Slark, but after I knew her story, the veiled portrait became for me an object of dread, and I felt relieved when I knew it had been put out of existence. End of Story 17. Recording by annabellesmith.
Story 18 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J. E. Muddock. Story 18, The Compact. On December 24, 1840, 4 young men were, in their own way, enjoying themselves at the charming little inn known as Die Eiserne Glocke, the Iron Bell, situated about 2 miles from Heidelberg on the banks of the Neckar. This inn, which stood in extensive grounds on a steep hillside, the hill at its base being washed by the river and covered to its summit with a pine forest, was situated in one of the most notable beauty spots in that beautiful region. In summertime, Die Eiserne Glocke drove a roaring trade, for the salubrity of the air, the beauty of the surroundings, and the exquisite walks through the pine woods were a source of irresistible attraction, both for the Heidelbergers themselves and the strangers visiting the far-famed scholastic town. In winter, however, it might have closed its doors for all the trade it did. Not that the romance and beauty were less, but your German is not fond of stirring far from the warmth of his huge porcelain stove in the wintertime, and the strangers at that season are few and far between. What, then, were these 4 young men doing there on the 24th of December, 1840? That question shall at once be answered. Firstly, the weather was magnificent, the air was crystalline, the sky an unclouded azure, the sun brilliant, but the temperature below freezing point, and the country all round whitened with snow. The 4 men were bachelors, with no relatives in Heidelberg, and, being warm and fast friends, they had agreed to spend this day together, and had sent a message to Mein Host of Die Eisenglocke, to whom they were well known, to prepare a sumptuous dinner for them. They had been working and studying hard, and were for the nonce going to have a day of thorough indolence, pure air and enjoyment, and there was no place they could have selected within the same distance that would have so thoroughly answered their purpose as this exquisitely situated little mountain inn. These 4 men were men of learning and science, although young. One still lives as I write this, and is celebrated throughout Europe. 2 died comparatively recently, having carved their names on the imperishable records of their country as workers in the vast fields of science. The 4th died young. One was Professor Fritz Oppenheimer of Bamberg in Bavaria, doctor of moral philosophy in the College of Heidelberg. Another was Ludwig Demmer of Munich, professor of chemistry in the same college, but who was leaving in 3 months to proceed to St. Petersburg to fulfill a similar position there. The 3rd, Dr. Gustav Unger of Mainz on the Rhine, doctor of medicine, who had but recently taken his degree, having been studying for several years in Heidelberg, and who was going shortly to Berlin. The 4th, an Englishman, Walter Harold Croxford of Bath. He was a B.A. of Oxford University, and at this time leading a kind of dilettante life. For having ample means, he had not been driven by necessity to fix on a profession, but he had a great love for science in all its branches, and a passion for botany and geology. He had gone to Heidelberg nearly 3 years before to perfect himself in the German language and in these particular branches of study, and now he was on the eve of leaving to commence a tour round the world in order to prosecute his botanical and geological researches. And Gustav Unger was to start in a few days to take up his position as a junior physician in one of the hospitals in Berlin, a post to which he had recently been appointed. Such, then, were the personages of the little party, and, as already stated, being much attached to each other, they were spending this Christmas Eve together, previous to separating, perhaps never to meet again. Being all in vigorous health, with perfect digestions, they enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with a liberal supply of noted Rhine wines, and a couple of bottles of mine host's special reserve of champagne, which he kept solely for distinguished visitors. The landlord's name was Katzenstein, an honest, blunt, shrewd fellow who had occupied the inn for over 20 years, and who was about as prosaic and skeptical a man as one could have met in a day's march. He had a habit of saying, "I believe little but what I see, and not too much of that." It is well to remember this in connection with what follows. The 4 gentlemen, having finished dining, and having dined like gentlemen, went on to the veranda, which overhung the river, where they had chairs and a table placed, and cigars and black coffee brought. The veranda faced the west, and the slanting rays of the afternoon sun shining full on it made it warm and pleasant. The 4 friends were very merry. Their laughter rose into the crisp air and echoed from the rocky cliffs on the other side of the river. Slowly the sun sank. The snow-clad fir trees caught its glow, and the river rolled red, and redder it grew as the sun went down, and a warm flush lingered in the sky. But this changed to orange, and that in turn gave place to a cold green, until the trees looked ghastly in their snowy robes, and the river was ebony. The sharpness of the air increased, and at last Unger jumped to his feet and exclaimed, "Come, gentlemen, let us go in. It is too cold here." For nearly half an hour they had been silent and thoughtful. The growing stillness, the fading lights, the ghostly landscape possibly affected them a little, though they might have hesitated to confess that. And another thing that had made them thoughtful was a remark by Croxford. "Well, comrades and friends of mine, I wonder if we four will ever come together again on earth." It is well known how a remark of this kind, uttered under such circumstances, will produce an impression on the minds even of men of thought and learning, for there is nothing so certain in this world as the uncertainty of life, and when we say au revoir, it often means adieu. All the gentlemen rose, shook themselves, stretched their arms, then filed into the comfortably warmed room through the long open window. "Hi, Katzenstein!" shouted the cheery Oppenheimer, whose full-compassed voice was suggestive of a lion's roar, for it had in it some of that solidity, that depth, that great volume which distinguishes the king of beasts. "Hi, Katzenstein! Shut the window and draw the curtains." Obedient to the command, Katzenstein, who was massive as a bull, entered with a big pipe in his hand, and smoke still issuing from under his ponderous mustache. He closed the window and was going to draw the curtains when Croxford, who had an artist's instincts and something of an artist's talent, said quietly, "Leave the curtains, Katzenstein. There are some beautiful colors still lingering in the sky. Besides, I should like to see the moon rise over that landscape." "Ja," grunted Katzenstein. "Herr Croxford is sentimental." At this they all laughed, and Ludwig Dimmer said, "Oh, we all know that, don't we, Croxford?" "Well, it depends on what you mean by sentimental," returned Croxford, with the air of a man who was pondering over something. "Well, you are given to dreaming a bit, old comrade, eh?" said Unger, slapping his friend heartily on the back. "Yes, a little." "And you've been dreaming within the last half hour?" put in Dimmer. "Yes." "Now, what have you been dreaming?" they all asked. "I'll tell you. I've been wondering whether after death a man really can revisit those he loves." "Ah, ha, ha, ha!" roared the friends in unison. And when their roar died down, Katzenstein, who stood motionless as a statue, stolidly smoking his great pipe, said solemnly, "Mein Herr, you will be the better for some of my punch." This was said so gravely in a deep bass voice that seemed to roll upward from the landlord's ponderous Wellington boots, that the four gentlemen, who were all familiar with Katzenstein, laughed heartily, and Croxford exclaimed, "Bravo! The punch idea is good. What say you?" "Oh, punch by all means," said everyone. "And mind you, Katzenstein," added Unger, "your special brew. Let your liquors be the primest, and blended with a touch of the true artist, while your flavorings must suggest the hand of the heaven-born genius." "Ja, Herren," grunted the landlord. "I have made punch for the Kaiser, and I will make the same for you." He went off leaving a great trail of smoke behind him. He was famed for his punch-making, and the guests knew that they might expect something good. "Now, Croxford," said Dimmer, "I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll thresh this subject of yours out, and while imbibing Katzenstein's spirits, we'll try and invoke spirits from the occult world, eh? What do you say?" "Good! Bravo!" cried the others. "We'll thresh the subject out," Croxford observed, "but neither the circumstances nor our mental condition are such as to be favorable to intercourse with those who have gone before." Dimmer and Oppenheimer laughed loudly as they proceeded to light up fresh cigars, but Unger, assuming an air of gravity, said, "I say, old fellow, have you really any belief in spiritualism?" "Let me ask you another question, friend Unger, before I answer that. Do you believe that men have a spiritual existence after they have done with this life?" "Well, "Yes, I think I do." "Then I believe in spiritualism," returned Croxford. "That is, I believe that the body dies, but something lives forever. You can give that something any name you like. Now, if you admit so much, why not go still further and say that there are conceivable conditions when we of the flesh may be brought face to face, or better phraseology will be to say, brought in juxtaposition with those who have preceded us into the silent land? Swedenborg went a good deal further than that, and Dante was a visionary and saw spirits." Croxford's friends all laughed as he talked thus. They laughed heartily, for they were very merry, and they were too full of robust life just then to think seriously of anything, more especially of death and after. Katzenstein now came in bearing a huge bowl of antique shape and make, such as might have been used by roistering knights of the medieval ages, and from it rose a cloud of vapor like incense, going up to the altar of Bacchus, and following him came his daughter, carrying on a wooden trencher some of those massive and quaint old crystal goblets, such as one may sometimes see at the present day in Germany in out-of-the-way hostelries, where modern innovations have not been allowed to snap every link that binds us with the past. Mine host set the steaming bowl down on the table with grave deliberateness, as became so important an operation, and he gave vent to a long drawn-out "Ach!" which, being interpreted, was a grunt of self-satisfaction in this case. The gentlemen took their seats, and mine host's fair daughter Gretchen placed a goblet before each. Then Katzenstein stirred the punch with the big silver ladle, and filled each glass with a flourish and the air of a true artist. "There, Herren," he said, "that is fit for the Emperor himself." "Come, a goblet for yourself," cried Unger in his cheery strain. "Gretchen, another goblet," said the landlord to his daughter, and bowing with the grace and politeness peculiar to the old German landlords. The goblet was brought and filled. Then all rose to their feet and clinked. "Gesundheit, health, and to our next meeting." "Ah," sighed each of the guests, as he smacked his lips. "That's perfect." Katzenstein bowed at this testimony to his skill in the art of punch brewing. "Well, Katzenstein," said Demma, "as you have no other guests tonight to attend to, you must help us to dispose of the punch. Doctors don't usually take their own prescriptions, but in this case you must." Once more Katzenstein bowed. "I am honored," he said. Then, turning to his daughter, "Gretchen, bringen Sie meine pipe." The girl soon returned, bringing his great pipe, the stem of which was 3 feet long, and the china bowl had capacity for 1.5 ounces of tobacco. She filled it, lit it, then retired. The gentlemen lit fresh cigars, and settled down to the discussion of the punch and spiritualism. "Now, Croxford, dear old friend," cried Oppenheimer, "let us to the spirits again." Whereupon, amidst roars of laughter, Katzenstein filled each goblet to the brim with the steaming punch. "Those were not the spirits to which I alluded," said Oppenheimer, when he had recovered his breath. "I meant the spirits of the dead." "These spirits will do you more good," answered the landlord with imperturbable gravity, as he blew forth a vast volume of smoke from his capacious mouth. Of course there was more laughter, and when it had subsided, Croxford said, "Well, here's a subject for discussion. I maintain that there are conceivable conditions when the living man may see the spirit of a dead man." Katzenstein opened his big round eyes, but said nothing. There was a silence of some moments' duration. Then Demma spoke. "Yes, if he has partaken of too much of that," pointing to the punch bowl. All laughed but the landlord. He smoked in solemn silence, and every hair of his great mustache, which was like the eaves of a thatch, seemed to be giving forth a little stream of blue vapor. "He might see devils, then," returned Croxford, "but that is not what I mean. I mean spirits from the unseen and unknown world." "Bah!" muttered Unga. "I don't believe any living man ever yet saw a spirit, excepting he was mad or drunk. Then, of course, he would only see it in imagination." "And he would have to be very mad or very drunk," put in Katzenstein, smileless as a judge delivering sentence of death, and with slow and weighty utterance. Laughter followed this, of course, and when it had subsided, Croxford remarked, "Laughter and jest are good, but there are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of even in our philosophy. Let us be merry, for tomorrow we die," said the philosopher. "Let us be merry," say I, "for tomorrow, or soon after, we part to meet again." "When?" "Well, I'll answer that," returned Unga. "We are old and attached friends. We have known many happy nights and days together, and such friendship as ours is not to be lightly broken. We are all going to separate, it is true. I go to Berlin, Oppenheimer stays here, Demma goes to St. Petersburg, and you, dear old boy, go further than any of us, for you go round the world. But if you travel round a globe in a straight line, you must come back in time to the point where you started from." "That's an erudite remark," put in Demma, with a merry twinkle of his eyes. "It is," continued Unga, "but what I was going to say is this. The mind reverts naturally to that which has afforded it pleasure, and bodies that have an affinity gravitate towards each other. We have an affinity, and this spot is fraught with many agreeable associations. Let us agree, then, to meet here again this day 3 years, and vow that nothing shall stop us short of serious illness and death." "Agreed, agreed!" cried Demma and Oppenheimer together. "What do you say?" asked Unga of Croxford, as he had not spoken. "Yes, I agree too," Croxford answered. "But I go farther than you, and say that should any of us be dead, then the dead shall come too." The others laughed at this, but the laughter lacked something of its heartiness, for Croxford spoke solemnly and earnestly, and perhaps the others were beginning to realize a little more that separation of warm friends could not but be fraught with sadness. Katzenstein neither laughed nor spoke. His face was stolid and immovable, but the smoke came out in streams from under his mustache, as if fire was smoldering there. "That's a compact," cried out Oppenheimer, with a little ironical laugh. "A compact! A compact!" exclaimed Unga and Demma. "A compact," said Croxford, rising to his feet. "Let us pledge ourselves to meet again here this day 3 years, living or dead. Katzenstein, you are a witness to this." "Ja, mein Herr," answered the landlord, as, rising, he filled the goblets once more. Each man raised his glass above his head, laid his left hand on his heart, and said, "I pledge myself to come here this day 3 years, if I am alive, and if I am dead, I will come if I can. And now, here is to our next meeting, and in the meantime, health, happiness, and prosperity." The toast was drunk with fervor, and the glasses filled again to confirm it. "Ach, Gott Herren! This is pleasant fooling," Katzenstein remarked. "Very pleasant," replied Oppenheimer, with a glance at the punch bowl. "I think we shall want some more of it." The bowl was subsequently replenished, and the hour was late when the 4 friends took their way back to Heidelberg, Katzenstein still smoking, giving each a hearty grip of the hand as he bade him "Gute Nacht" at the door. And as a parting word, and in his rolling, gruff voice, he said, "Remember, Herren, you are to honor my house again in 3 years." "Yes," they answered, "living or dead." "Living or dead," he echoed. "But dead men would be profitless. They don't drink punch." The 4 laughed merrily at this, and uttered the last "Gute Nacht." The river seemed to repeat it with something like mournfulness, and Gute Nacht reverberated amongst the pine trees, which looked like ghosts in winding sheets. Overhead, the stars glittered in frosty magnificence, and save for the river that moaned, there was a hush over the landscape like the hush of death, while the cold was intense. And, coming from the heated atmosphere of the room, the convivialists shuddered in spite of fur cloaks and wrappings. "Ugh!" cried Croxford, as he shook himself. "Somebody's walking over my grave. It would be a funny thing, dear old fellow, if you should be the dead man at our next meeting," Unger remarked. Then, in a half-angry tone, he added, "But a truce to this grim jesting. God keep you, dear boy." "Amen to that," chimed in the others. The subject was allowed to drop, and homeward they went. 4 days later, Croxford, with a tremor in his voice, wished his friends farewell and took his departure for England, preparatory to sailing for New York. 3 years have passed. It is once again Christmas Eve, and in that cheery room of Die Eiserne Glocke, 3 of the 4 friends have assembled. These 3 are Fritz Oppenheimer, Ludwig Dimme, who had traveled from St. Petersburg specially to be present, and Gustav Unger, who had come from Berlin. Croxford is not present, but he is expected. Katzenstein has not changed a bit, and has prepared a most excellent dinner, which has been partaken of by the 3. The day has been very different to what it was at their last meeting. An unusually high temperature has prevailed, and all day long rain has poured down, and a boisterous gale has tossed the pine trees about in fury, while the river has growled and groaned like some huge beast in pain. The spirits of the 3 men, too, seemed to have caught some of the gloom which characterized the weather. They had eaten their dinner almost in silence, and not even Katzenstein's prime vintages seemed capable of raising them to a mirthful mood. "When do you say you last heard from Croxford?" asked Dimme, addressing Oppenheimer. "A little more than 3 months ago." "He was then in Constantinople, you say?" "Yes. Here is his letter, you see." And Oppenheimer produced a letter from his pocket. He says, "I have not forgotten our compact, and shall certainly be with you on December 24. I am full of wonder at all I have seen, and am in robust health and the best of spirits. The prospect of meeting you again elates me. Till then, adieu." "And you have heard nothing since then?" asked Unger. "No, not a word." It was impossible for those 3 friends to dismiss from their minds a feeling that something was wrong with their absent friend. He was one of the most punctilious of men, and very jealous of his honor when he had once pledged his word, but they did not give expression to this feeling. No one of them liked to be the first to utter what he feared. The afternoon waned, and the night fell from the low blurred sky of ashen gray. With the gathering darkness, the wind increased, but the rain ceased, and in the course of an hour or so the clouds broke up into rugged masses, and a young moon threw a weird, ghostly light over the landscape. Driven by the storm wind, the clouds hurried athwart the sky in fierce, eager haste, now shading the moon, now leaving it clear, while over the land strange, fantastic shadows swept in constant flight. At last Oppenheimer summoned Katzenstein and bade him prepare the punch, and in due course the worthy landlord came in bearing the huge steaming bowl, and followed by Gretchen with the goblets. "Of course you will join us," said Dimme, and with a self-satisfied "Ja, mein Herr," Katzenstein took his seat at the table, and Gretchen filled his great pipe and lit it for him. Then he ladled the odoriferous liquor into the goblets until each was full to the brim, but for some minutes no one seemed inclined to taste. At length Oppenheimer spoke. There was a mournfulness in his voice that he could not possibly conceal. "Gentlemen," he said, "you will remember that on the occasion of our last meeting This day, 3 years ago, we all agreed to assemble here today if alive." "Or dead," put in Unge, with a sorry attempt at a laugh. The remark caused a smile of skepticism to spread itself over the broad, stolid features of Katzenstein, who uttered a deep, bass "ugh," expressive of his contempt for such nonsense, as he would have termed it. "Or dead," echoed Oppenheimer. "Now, gentlemen, we are all here but one, and that one we know to be so scrupulously sensitive in regard to his engagements that his absence raises in my mind a fear that all is not well with him." "I am afraid so, too," fell from the lips of the others. "Well now," continued Oppenheimer, "I am perfectly sure that not one of us expects for a moment that we shall see Croxford's spirit. I hope we have far too much common sense to believe for a moment in the supernatural. If Croxford is dead, and his spirit is conscious of things done in the flesh, and it has the power, there is little doubt it will present itself to us tonight. But a person being dead has done forever with the earth, and in spite of all the old women's tales, you may depend upon it the released spirit never again revisits the pale glimpses of the moon, so we will dismiss that idea from your minds. But as we are in doubt about our dear friend's fate, I propose that we drink in silence the toast to our absent friend. There is his empty chair, and if he can keep the compact, let him come and occupy it." All smiled as this was said, but as far as Unge, Oppenheimer, and Demmer were concerned, there was a want of life in the smile. In Katzenstein's case, the smile was a sort of sneer, as though it was contemptible to think of such things. All rose to their feet, raised the goblets, and drank the toast, "To our absent friend." Then there was silence as the glasses were slowly drained. But in a few moments the silence was broken by a long-drawn sigh. A sigh may be terrible in the stillness of the night, or at such a moment as this, and it certainly had a startling effect on those who heard it. Then the glass fell from Unger's hand onto the table, and clutching Demmer's arm, he exclaimed under his breath, "My God, look there!" He pointed to the vacant chair, vacant no longer, for in it sat a shadowy, ghostly form, and the form was that of Croxford. His face was deadly pale, and from a wound on his chest blood was streaming. The ponderous Katzenstein staggered and let his pipe crash to the ground, for even he saw it. And then, in solemn, awed tones, Oppenheimer said, "Our friend has kept his word, for he was too honorable to break it, even in death." "You see it?" asked Demmer hoarsely. "Yes," answered Oppenheimer, who, recovering his presence of mind, filled the goblets again and said, "Gentlemen, let us drink now to our dead friend." The glasses were raised, and the liquor tasted, and the misty form in the chair bowed in turn to each, then vanished into the air, from whence it seemed to have evolved itself. When the spell which had fallen on the little assembly had passed away, Oppenheimer said, "Gentlemen, have we been cheating ourselves into a belief, or have we absolutely seen a spirit?" "Well, I can swear I saw Croxford's form in that chair," said Unge. "And I," repeated Demmer and Oppenheimer. "And did you not see it?" asked Oppenheimer of Katzenstein, who had not spoken. The worthy landlord seemed like one dazed, and after long reflection he said in his gruff tones, "Ja, I saw it, but ach Gott, I'm puzzled." Oppenheimer procured pen, ink, and paper, and writing out a circumstantial account of the incident, each one signed it. 3 days later, with the full consciousness of the importance that would be attached to such a document emanating from men of their standing, they went before the burgomaster, who was also notary public, and swore the following affidavit, which I have extracted from the archives of the town of Heidelberg. Affidavit, translation, 19 Hohenstrasse, Heidelberg, Prussia, The undersigned make solemn oath and say that on December 24, in the year 1840, they were assembled with one Croxford, an Englishman, in die Eiserne Glocke, kept by one Jacob Katzenstein, that they agreed to meet there again that day 3 years, living or dead. On the 24th of the current month, that is to say, December of the year 1843, Oppenheimer, Demme, and Unge did so meet, and while they and the landlord, that is, Katzenstein, were drinking a toast to their absent friend Croxford, his spirit form appeared seated in the chair reserved for him, and blood was seen issuing from the wound in his breast. Each of the undersigned saw this form distinctly, and heard it sigh. Signed, Fritz Oppenheimer, Professor of Philosophy, Ludwig Demme, Professor of Chemistry and Natural Science, St. Petersburg, Dr. Gustav Unge, Doctor of Medicine, practicing in Berlin, Jacob Katzenstein, landlord of die Eiserne Glocke, sworn before me in accordance with the law prescribed for the administration of oaths in Prussia. Karl Peter Sternberg, Burgomaster of Heidelberg and Notary Public, in presence of Heinrich Schmidt, clerk to the Burgomaster, witness. 3 weeks after this affidavit had been made, by men whose word could not be impugned, news was received in Heidelberg that Croxford had been assassinated in Malta. Returning from the opera one night, he was set upon by some ruffians with a view to robbery. But as he offered resistance, being a powerful man, he was stabbed to the heart. Note by the author of the story. Writing a short while ago to the venerable and renowned Professor Oppenheimer, who has been compelled by age and failing health to give up all work, to ask him to furnish me with the reason why he and his colleagues made the affidavit alluded to, he was courteous enough to give me the materials for the story, and in concluding his letter he said, "After 46 years my belief is unshaken that on the night of December 24, 1843, I actually saw the spirit of my dead friend. My friends Demme, Unge, and Katzenstein, who was one of the most skeptical of men, also entertained the same belief up to the moment of their deaths." End of story number 18. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Story 19 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 19. The Bell of Doom. Up to a few years ago, when it was accidentally burnt down and never rebuilt, the land being sold for other purposes, there stood a quaint and somewhat peculiarly constructed house near Lymington, on the borders of the New Forest. It was known as Solent View on account of the view it commanded of the Solent. Originally, it must have been constructed at a remote period, and probably was a farmhouse, as part of it was timber, the front of this part being crossed by heavy black beams of oak. One of the owners, however, had in more recent times built a wing of white stone. It would have been difficult to have defined the precise order of architecture to which this wing belonged, but one thing that rendered it conspicuous was a square tower, not unlike an Italian campanile, and to complete the similitude, this tower was provided with an iron bell. The reason for this bell being there, no one could exactly tell, though tradition had it that the builder, with philanthropic motives, had placed it there that it might be rung in foggy weather as a warning to ships in the Solent. But tradition went even further than this, and said that the bell always solemnly tolled by itself whenever any member of the family was about to die. Solent View was certainly desirable as a place of residence, for it was most charmingly situated. Its front windows, and especially the tower, commanded a panoramic view of the Solent and the Isle of Wight, and it was said that on a clear day, and when the sea was rough, anyone standing on the summit of the tower could see the angry waves breaking in mountains of white foam against the Needles. The north side of the house, that is, the side furthest from the Solent, looked on to one of those exquisite glades peculiar to the New Forest. The grounds, of which there were about 1.5 acres, were tastefully laid out, the northern side being an orchard. Solent View, seen under almost any aspect, whether in the storms of winter or the golden light of summer, was a charming place, and it seemed difficult to associate it with anything but peace and contentment. But there was a dark page in its history, and for long the simple country people in the neighborhood passed it with bated breath, and spoke of it with a shudder. At the time the incidents occurred that I shall now relate, the house belonged to, and was in the occupation of, Mr. Oriel Farnell and his family. This gentleman, who was a widower, had spent 30 years of his life in India as an indigo planter, and, having made a fortune, he had returned to his native country to end his days in peace, as he hoped. His family consisted of 2 grown-up sons and a daughter, Lydia, who was about 21 years of age. Lydia, who had been born in India, was a most charming and amiable girl, and greatly beloved by her father. With the taste of an old Sybarite, Mr. Farnell had created a luxurious home and surrounded himself with every comfort. His household consisted of his own manservant, an Irishman named Michael Caron, who had been in India with him, having formerly been a soldier. Mr. Farnell was very fond of this man, and the man was said to be much attached to his master. In addition, there were a cook, 4 other female servants, a butler, a coachman and groom, and 2 gardeners. Mr. Farnell kept a good deal of company, for he was fond of society, and it was very seldom his house was altogether free from visitors. I have already spoken of Lydia Farnell as being a charming girl. She was charming in its widest sense, for in addition to a most amiable and loving disposition, she was exceedingly good-looking, a capital horsewoman, an artist of no mean talent, and highly accomplished. There was no wonder, therefore, that she had many admirers in the neighborhood. The young men round about vied with each other in paying her attention, but she showed not the slightest disposition to favor any one of them. Being his only daughter, Mr. Farnell was by no means anxious that she should marry, for he could not bear the idea of losing her. In fact, the thought that some day she might leave his home was the one thing that seemed to cause him any anxiety, and if ever he ventured to hint at this, she would put her arms round his neck and say, "You know, Papa dear, I am never going to leave you. I intend to be an old maid." Then would he answer, "No, darling, I don't want you to be an old maid. For one endowed as you are, that seems unnatural, but I am selfish enough to want you to stay with me for a long time yet." It seemed as if his wishes in this respect were to be realized, for out of their many male acquaintances there was not one that she displayed the slightest partiality for. It frequently happens that when a young lady is situated like this, she meets the man she can love under the most unexpected circumstances, and this was to prove the case in the present instance. Lydia's brothers were exceedingly fond of yachting, and they kept a 7-tonner moored in a little creek not far from the house, and were in the habit of going out in her in almost all weathers. They were expert sailors, but in addition to themselves they always had an old man-of-war's man with them, a naval pensioner who had been about 40 years at sea. And it was said in the neighborhood that the Farnells' Water Witch, that was the name of their yacht, could go anywhere and do anything. One autumn morning they went out for a sail in company with their sister. It was in the beginning of October, and though there was a rawness in the air, and when they started a white mist on the water, with scarcely any wind, the mist gradually cleared away, the sun came out bright and warm, and a good southeast breeze sprang up, which was fair for either running down or coming up the Solent. Tempted by the fineness of the day, it was decided to run as far as the Needles. The wind presently freshened considerably, but as it still blew from the same quarter, they bowled along merrily. By the time they were off Alum Bay, the wind had increased to half a gale, but the Water Witch was exceptionally well found in every respect and well handled. At some distance ahead of them was another yacht, which they had been watching intently, owing to her eccentric movements, which arose from bad management. Suddenly the man-of-war's man, who was at the helm of the Water Witch, exclaimed, "Blowed if she won't turn the turtle directly if they don't mind what they are doing of." He alluded, of course, to the strange yacht, and his remark was called forth by the lubberly manner in which the stranger had been allowed to fly round to the wind and heel over to a dangerous angle, so that her sheathing right down to the keel on the weather side flashed in the sunlight. "I think, Master George, we'll bear down on her, and see what they are about," said the helmsman to one of the brothers who was standing by him. "All right, Harry," was the answer. So the Water Witch was put almost before the wind, the other yacht being to leeward of them. In the course of a few minutes they had come near enough to make out that painted on her stern was the name Rover. 5 minutes later a passing squall caught both yachts, when, to the horror of all on board the Water Witch, the Rover was seen to capsize, and men were observed struggling in the water. The Farnells at once cut away their life buoys, got ropes ready, and swung their dinghy over. And when they were near enough, the life buoys were thrown overboard, and 2 of the men who were struggling in the water clutched them. The other men had disappeared, and it was, alas, only too certain that they had disappeared forever. The Water Witch was brought up into the wind until all her sails were shaking. Then the dinghy was lowered, and the 2 brothers gallantly jumped in and went to the rescue of the drowning men. One was a young man, about 25, the other a youth of 14 or 15. Only after great difficulty and a considerable personal risk did the Farnells succeed in rescuing them. They were then in such an extremely exhausted condition that they could not speak, and consequently could give no particulars of the disaster. No trace of any of the others who had been in the water was observed, so the brothers pulled to the yacht and put the rescued men on board. Fortunately, there was plenty of bedding on board the Water Witch, together with brandy, and, as Lydia had been busy cooking some luncheon, there was hot water too, for attached to the little cooking stove in the galley was a boiler holding between 3 and 4 gallons. A hurried consultation was held as to what was best to be done, and the first idea was to run into Alum Bay. But doubtful of what accommodation they might get there, Lydia said, "Let us get home as speedily as possible." The Water Witch, therefore, was headed for home, and with tender solicitude the 2 brothers stripped off the wet clothes from the half-drowned men, swathed them in blankets, gave them hot brandy, and did other things necessary under the circumstances. For some time it seemed doubtful whether the youth would recover, and even the young man remained in an exceedingly exhausted condition, so that when the yacht reached her destination they had to be carried ashore and up to the house. Mr. Farnell, who was an exceedingly hospitable man, was much shocked when he heard of the disaster. He at once had the strangers put to bed, then dispatched a messenger on horseback to Lymington for the family doctor, who lost no time in attending. He gave the young Farnells great credit for what they had done, expressing a belief that had they not applied the remedies they did, both the man and the boy would have died. He said it would not be safe for the boy to be removed for 2 or 3 days, but the young man would probably be well enough to go away the next day. This, however, proved not to be the case, for a recollection of the disaster so overwhelmed him that he became delirious. From papers and letters found in his pocket, the Farnells learned that his name was Halesworth, and that he was connected with the London firm of Halesworth and Company in Leadenhall Street, and a telegraphic message was at once dispatched to the firm, with the result that as soon after as possible an elderly gentleman arrived. This was Mr. Stephen Halesworth, the young man's father, and by one of those strange coincidences that are constantly happening in real life, he proved to be an East India merchant and knew Mr. Farnell very well by name. The young man who had come so near a watery grave was his only son, and the youth was his nephew. Mr. Halesworth, it need scarcely be said, was full of gratitude for what had been done, and stated that his son and nephew had been staying at Ventnor with 2 young friends, and it turned out that they had hired a yacht and had started off for the Needles, the yacht being in charge of an old fisherman and his son, both of whom, it appeared, were under the influence of liquor, and to this fact was due the capsizing of the yacht. Both the boatmen were drowned as well as the other 2 young men. It is not necessary to dwell further upon the details of this sad disaster. Very frequently in accidents of this kind, when they are looked at from a philosophical point of view, there seems to be an ordered destiny in them. In the present case it certainly seemed so, for young Harry Halesworth, who owed his life to the Farnells, was fated to become the lover of Lydia. This did not come about at once, but the accident having brought the 2 families together, an intimacy sprang up, as it could hardly fail to do. Harry Halesworth had sisters, and they invited Lydia to London, and in return they were invited to Solent View. Harry, if not handsome, had a good deal to recommend him to a woman's notice. At any rate, where Lydia had been indifferent to the sighs and pleading looks of many other young men, she fell under the sway of Harry Halesworth. But it was not until the summer following the accident that anything definite occurred. Harry was a guest at Solent View, and one day while rambling in the New Forest with Lydia he declared his love for her, and drew from her a confession that she loved him. That evening young Halesworth spoke to Mr. Farnell, who received the communication somewhat coldly, and the next day Mr. Farnell had a conversation with his daughter, and he clearly showed that he had some prejudice against young Halesworth. He could give no reason for this beyond saying that he did not think Harry would make her happy. Perhaps, had he analyzed his feelings, the true reason would have been found to be his dislike to losing the society and companionship of his daughter. A little later, when he saw that his daughter's happiness was involved in this matter, he said he would see Mr. Halesworth, Sr., and talk to him, and for that purpose he went up to London. Mr. Halesworth, who bore a high reputation for probity and honour, was candid enough to say that his son had been a little wild, and had been sent to a mercantile house in Spain in the hope that he would settle down. But he had got into trouble there with a lady and was obliged to come home, though since then he had improved, and gave promise of turning out a good business man, and his father promised to set him up in business should he marry. This information did not tend to remove the prejudice Mr. Farnell had taken against young Halesworth, and on his way home again he resolved to put a stop at once to the courting. But when he saw how greatly attached Lydia was to her lover, he could not make up his mind to do this, and so he allowed the love-making to go on uninterruptedly for the next few days, and then, much to his relief, Halesworth took his departure, having to return to London. For some time previous to this, Mr. Farnell had been annoyed about another matter, quite apart from his daughter's love-making. The cause of this annoyance he kept to himself, but it was evident that letters he was receiving were troubling him. Whom the letters were from, or what they were about, his family did not know then, and though they asked, he declined to tell them. A fortnight later, he suddenly announced his intention one morning of going to London on some business, as he termed it, though he would not state what the business was, which was very unusual with him. His conduct was so out of the ordinary, and his withholding his affairs from his children so remarkable, that they were much concerned. Lydia wished to go to London with him, but he would not hear of it. In fact, for the first time within her recollection, when she said she would go, he displayed anger toward her. He had changed considerably lately, and from a jovial, genial man he seemed to have become moody and despondent, and his children could not help a feeling of anxiety after he had started on his journey. 2 days later, Harry Halesworth came down to Solent View quite unexpectedly. He told Lydia that an irresistible desire to see her had come over him, and he was determined to see her at all hazards. Now his coming during Mr. Farnell's absence was a mere accident, for he did not know that Mr. Farnell was away, and conscious that it might lead to unpleasantness, he wished to cross that evening to the Isle of Wight. The young Farnells, however, would not hear of it, saying that they would put him up, and promising him some shooting the next day in the forest. He appealed to Lydia to know what he was to do, and she said stay, and so he stopped. That evening, as these young people sat in the drawing-room engaged in playing whist, they were suddenly startled by boom, 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 3 distinct, sonorous booms of the iron bell up in the tower. The booms did not follow in quick succession, but there was an interval of several seconds between each. It was, in fact, like the tolling of a passing bell. The brothers and sister looked at each other in amazement, perhaps even with some alarm, but Halesworth took little or no notice. To him it had no meaning. It is possible he did not even know there was a bell in the tower. Without speaking, George, the eldest son, rose and rang the drawing-room bell, and when the maid appeared he asked, "Who is that ringing the tower bell? Do you know, Jane?" The girl looked a little scared as she answered, "No, sir, I don't know." George left the room in company with his brother, and they went down to the servants' hall, where they made inquiries, but everyone vowed that he or she had not rung the bell in the tower. Who had then? That was the question. Consternation was visible on the faces of all the servants who had heard the superstition about the bell tolling before the death of a member of the family. No one could ring the bell from below, and no one could ring it at all without passing through the house. While the younger Farnell went out in the grounds, George told the butler to follow him, and taking a light he went upstairs, then along a passage, at the end of which was a wooden door that gave entrance to the upper part of the tower. There was no communication between the upper and lower part, the lower part being used as a storehouse. The key of this door was kept hanging on a nail in the wall, and it was hanging there now. George took it down, opened the door, and went up the flight of winding stairs that led to the top of the tower. The butler followed in some trepidation. He was evidently afraid. There was no one in the bell loft, and no sign of anyone having been there. The young man went down again, feeling considerably mystified. During the absence of the brothers, Halesworth naturally asked some questions about the bell, and his sweetheart told him the legend. When the brothers returned to the room, the younger one had been round to the grounds with the gardener and coachman. They deemed it better not to say anything to their sister, and the game of whist was resumed. The next morning the two brothers and Halesworth started off for a day's shooting, and that afternoon, before they were back, Mr. Farnell came home. He seemed to be much cast down, and his face had a haggard, troubled look. His daughter entreated him to tell her what was the matter, but for the second time in her life he answered her roughly and told her to ask no questions. She was highly alarmed at his changed appearance and unusual manner, and, though she dreaded telling him now about Harry Halesworth being down, she felt that it was her duty to do so. When he heard of it, he flew into a passion, and said it must have been a planned thing. Later on, when the shooting party came back, Mr. Farnell addressed Halesworth in passionate language. He accused him of deceit, and something worse. He told him to leave the house and never come back any more, and he vowed that he would never sanction Lydia's marriage with him. Halesworth was dumbfounded at this extraordinary reception, and George and his brothers seriously thought that their father was suffering from sudden aberration of intellect. As for poor Lydia, she was broken-hearted. Stung by the unjust treatment and the harsh words that had been used to him, Halesworth so far lost command of himself as to speak sharply in return. He resented the accusation of deceit. This seemed to arouse Mr. Farnell still more, and he applied a strong epithet to the young man, and accused him again of having taken advantage of his absence to come there. The young Farnells and their sister were indignant that their visitors should be treated in such a way. But what could they do? They remonstrated with their father to no purpose, and then they apologized to Halesworth, who, of course, had no alternative but to go, and go at once. His parting from Lydia was a painful one, because they did not know when they might meet again. "You must think nothing of this, dear," she said, as she clung to him with her arms round his neck. "There is something the matter with Papa. I have never seen him like this before, and I quite think his head has gone wrong." "Perhaps it is so, darling," he answered, "but unless he requests me to come, you see how impossible it will be for me to visit you again." "Oh, Harry," she cried in alarm, "you are surely not going to give me up. You have taught me to love you, and I cannot part from you now." "No," he answered, "if you don't want to give me up, nothing shall part us." "Harry," she said tearfully, "you know that I do not want to give you up. I will be true to you for all time. You must not take what my father has said seriously. I really do not think he is responsible for what he said tonight. Something has gone wrong with him, and it must be something very dreadful to produce such a sudden and wonderful change. I am sure all will come right in the end." "Yes, but when?" asked Harry, with a lover's impatience. "I hope before very long," she answered. "Anyway, darling," he said, "you will write to me, will you not?" "Yes." "And if I come down clandestinely, you will meet me somewhere?" She hesitated. The question troubled her. She had never in her life deceived her father, and so she had to choose between love and duty now, and the struggle was a severe one. "I think, dearest," she replied tenderly, "that you must for a while be satisfied with my letters. I am quite hopeful I shall soon bring Papa to my way of thinking." This answer did not satisfy Halesworth. It was not calculated to satisfy any ardent young lover who was smarting from a sense of a wrong done him, and who firmly believed he had been badly treated. "Oh, well, if you don't choose to see me," he exclaimed a little sharply, though of course he did not mean it, "I think the best thing we can do is to part forever." She was wounded by this reply, and she answered, though equally, of course, she did not mean it, "Very well, dear, if that is your wish, let it be so." He had spoken with warmth and anger. She spoke sorrowfully and lovingly. The conversation had passed in the hall, and they were now interrupted by the sudden appearance of Mr. Farnell, who sternly ordered his daughter to bed and said to Halesworth, "You are a scoundrel to be making love to my child after you have been ordered to leave the house. Go at once, or I will have you turned out." "Yes, sir, I will go," answered Halesworth hotly, "but you shall not insult me with impunity, and depend upon it, you will regret this night's work." Lydia, who was on the stairs, heard this, and she went to her room almost in hysterics. The butler and a chambermaid also heard it, for they were passing at the time. Halesworth waited for no further reply. He had said his say and left the house. He walked to Lymington, where he engaged a bed at the hotel. But he could well have done without a bed, for he did not sleep during the whole night. He paced restlessly up and down. He was in a state of excitement. Sorrow at parting from Lydia and indignation at the way he had been treated mingled, and he was at a loss how to act. But as the morning dawned, and when he remembered how sharply he had spoken to Lydia, and that he had been forced to leave her before he could ask her forgiveness, he felt disposed not to go from the neighborhood until he had seen her again. Nearly the whole of the next day he lay in bed, and in the evening, when darkness fell, he went out. He returned to the hotel at 11 o'clock. The landlady happened to meet him in the passage, and she was struck by his white face and his agitated manner. He was not only deadly pale, but was evidently suffering from strong excitement. "Whatever is the matter with you?" she asked. "Are you ill?" "Yes," he faltered, "but it's not serious. I will have a little hot brandy and water, and go to bed." Halesworth drank his brandy at one draught, and taking the candle the landlady offered him, he went up to his bedroom. And at the same time, and within about 200 yards of his house, Mr. Farnell was lying on his back on the road dead. He had been killed by a bullet in the brain. Mr. Farnell's body lay in the road for nearly 2 hours before it was discovered. It would not have been discovered then, but a gamekeeper passing along actually stumbled over it. The man was startled and struck a match to see who it was who was lying there, and then he recognized Mr. Farnell and rushed up to the house to spread the alarm. Mr. Farnell's absence had not up to this time caused any feeling of uneasiness, for he had gone to visit a neighbor about 1.5 miles away, and whenever he went there, which he did every Thursday night to have a rubber at whist, of which he was very fond, it was late before he came back. His sons and daughter had gone to bed, and so had most of the servants, but the butler was still up. He invariably sat up when his master was out. He went to the door when the bell was rung, and instead of seeing his master as he expected, he saw the gamekeeper, who was agitated and excited, and whose face was as white as a ghost's. "Hullo, what's the matter?" exclaimed the butler. "My God, something awful," stammered the man huskily. "The master's lying dead there in the road." The butler turned as pale as the gamekeeper now, and reeled with the sudden shock the abrupt announcement caused him. "Dead!" he gasped. "Aye, he's been shot." "Are you sure?" "Sure? There's no mistake about it. I tumbled over his body." The butler seemed stunned, but when he went to Michael Caron's room and knocked at the door, Michael opened it instantly, and strangely enough he was dressed. "What's the matter?" he asked. "Come with me," gasped the butler. "The master's been shot." Michael made no reply, but followed the butler downstairs. Then they put on their hats, took stout oaken sticks from the stick rack, and went with the gamekeeper out into the darkness. It was an exceptionally dark night, and in their excitement they had forgotten a lantern, so Michael went back for one. Thus provided, they walked rapidly along the road. The night wind moaned weirdly among the trees, and the hoarse murmur of the sea could be heard. The men soon came to where the body was lying, and it needed no professional man to assure them that Mr. Farnell was stone dead. He was lying partly on his side, with one leg doubled up underneath him, one hand across his chest, and the other stretched at full length. The fingers of that hand were tightly clenched and were full of dirt, indicating that after he had been shot he had struggled a little. The butler was greatly affected, for he had been many years in Mr. Farnell's service. Still, he had the presence of mind enough to notice the exact position of the body, with the details I have mentioned. That done, he sent the gamekeeper off to Lymington for the doctor. Not that a doctor could be of any service, but it seemed the proper thing to do. But before starting, the gamekeeper said, "I wonder who has done this?" "There's only one man I know of likely to do it," returned the butler, "and that man is Harry Halesworth, who has been courting Miss Lydia." "Good heavens, you don't say so!" cried the gamekeeper. "Yes, I do. He quarrelled with the master last night, and I heard him threaten him, and it's him that's done it, sure as we're here." "Then I'd best tell the police," the gamekeeper replied. "Yes, certainly." The gamekeeper went off on his mission, and then Michael and the butler carried the body to the house, not without some difficulty. That done, the butler went upstairs and aroused the sons. They were terribly shocked, as may be imagined, when they heard the news. Between 5 and 6, the doctor and the inspector of police arrived. The former proceeded at once to an examination of the body, the latter to making such inquiries as were necessary in a case of this kind. The doctor reported that death had resulted from a gunshot wound in the head, and that death had ensued within half an hour of the wound being made. He succeeded in extracting the bullet. It was a round bullet, and had been fired from a smooth-bore gun. The inquiries of the inspector of police led him irresistibly to the conclusion that suspicion pointed very strongly indeed to Harry Halesworth as the culprit, and he hurried off to ascertain the whereabouts of that young man. It was not until nearly 9 o'clock in the morning that Lydia was informed by her younger brother of the father's death. She became almost frantic when she heard the news. Then she reminded her brother about the mysterious ringing of the bell in the tower the night before the murder. There was mystery there which neither he nor she attempted to explain. The news of the murder soon spread and caused immense excitement in the district, for Mr. Farnell was widely known and universally respected. Before the afternoon had come, the arrest of Harry Halsworth had been effected. He was arrested at the hotel in Lymington, and was in bed when the police went to the house. For the greater part of the night he had lain awake, and had only fallen asleep about 8 o'clock. To those behind the scenes it seemed as if there never had been a clearer case of circumstantial evidence. The prisoner had been ordered from the house by Mr. Farnell, and had been heard by the butler and a chambermaid to utter what was construed into a threat. The exact words, as repeated by the butler, on whom they seemed to have made a deep impression, were, "You shall not insult me with impunity, and, depend upon it, you will rue this night's work." Then the landlady of the hotel where he stayed said that he was very excited when he first went there. He lay in bed nearly the whole of the next day, and went out as darkness fell. It was between 11 and 12 when he returned to the hotel. His landlady was struck then by his white face and agitation, and she asked him if he was ill. He answered that he was, but not seriously, and then he drank some brandy and water at a draught and went upstairs. These details, as told by the landlady, left little doubt in the minds of those who heard them that the prisoner had murdered Mr. Farnell, and the energies of the police were directed to discovering the gun from which the fatal bullet had been fired. The news of her lover's arrest fell heavily indeed upon Lydia. It was a double blow beneath which she almost sank. And as she remembered his rough words to her at their last parting, and his apparent menace to her father, she could not help thinking that he was guilty, and yet it broke her heart to think so. The death of her father, and the arrest of her lover on a charge of being the murderer, so overwhelmed Lydia that she became utterly prostrated, and in a few hours it was painfully evident she had lost her reason. It was therefore deemed advisable by her friends to remove her and place her under the care of some relatives in Southampton. All the circumstances of the case were so remarkable, and in some respects romantic, that it aroused unusual interest. Of course, the mysterious tolling of the bell the night before the crime soon became known, for servants will gossip, and this served to add a new element of mystery to what was already mysterious enough, for to most people it really seemed as if that affair was utterly incapable of explanation. The superstition about the ringing of the bell just before the death of a member of the family was a faith with the simple country folk in the neighborhood, and though they had had no evidence before that tended to confirm the belief, here at last was testimony that no one in his senses could deny. The body of Mr. Farnell was duly committed to the grave, and on that once happy home fell the heavy shadows of a never-ending sorrow. Not for a long time had a crime excited such universal interest throughout the country as this had done. The position of the parties, the fact that the suspected person had been the lover of the daughter of the deceased man, and that she herself had become demented, as well as that mystery about the bell, invested the crime with a glamour of weirdness and romance that rendered it peculiarly conspicuous. The papers made capital out of it, and people journeyed from long distances simply to satisfy their morbid curiosity by gazing on the house and staring up at the tower where hung the bell that was supposed to have been rung by ghostly hands. After the funeral, George and his brother felt that the place had become hateful to them, and they went to London as soon as they could get away, leaving the house in charge of the servants and the police. The preliminary inquiries before the magistrates elicited little or nothing that was new against the accused. His friends were distracted, and employed one of the most eminent barristers in London to defend him. At first, Halsworth seemed so dazed by the charge brought against him as to be unable to comprehend what was passing. But he quickly recovered, and then protested his innocence. All the evidence the police were able to get together formed what would have been a chain strong enough to hang any man, had it not been that one and an important link was missing. That missing link was the gun. Could they have traced possession of the gun to the prisoner, the evidence would have been overwhelming, but they could not do so. It was proved that on the day of the murder the prisoner and the two young Farnells had been out shooting. Each carried a gun, but it was of a totally different caliber to that from which the bullet found in the dead man's brain had been fired. Then George Farnell swore that when they returned from the shooting expedition, he took the guns himself and placed them in the gun room, a small room where they kept their guns, fishing tackle, sails, and other things of a like kind. This room was invariably kept locked, and only he and his brother had keys. Besides, there was not a gun in the house that would fit the bullet. Then again, no gun was missing, so that, assuming the possibility that the accused had used one of the guns belonging to the Farnells, he must have taken it back again, and that certainly seemed too ridiculous to be entertained by sensible men. He could not have bought a gun in Lymington without it being known. Where, then, did it come from? Mr. Farnell had certainly been shot. The bullet that killed him had certainly been fired from a gun, for experts swore that the pistol was not in existence that would take it was so large. It had, in fact, been fired from a very old-fashioned, smooth-bore gun of a caliber which was no longer made. This imparted a new element of mystery to the case, and people asked, "Where is the gun?" The woods, lanes, and ditches were searched for miles around, but without result, and the Solent was even dragged, but the gun was not forthcoming, and the police were baffled. But notwithstanding this missing link, the magistrates who held the inquiry returned a verdict of wilful murder against Harry Halesworth, and he was duly committed for trial, which would take place at Southampton during the assizes. During all this dreadful time, Lydia was in a condition of mind which prevented her knowing anything of what was happening. As is frequently, if not always the case, where dementia results from a sudden shock, her memory was an entire blank as to the past, and her friends said, sorrowfully, that under the circumstances it was a blessing that she had been so afflicted. The accused, who knew nothing of Lydia's condition, was in a state of prostration himself, but to everyone with whom he came in contact he vowed solemnly that he was innocent, while his poor father and mother and sisters declared that he was incapable of such a dastardly deed. Of course this proved nothing. People charged with murder usually do declare themselves innocent, and their near relations will never bring themselves to believe in their guilt until confession places it beyond doubt. But in the present instance the unfortunate Halesworths found numerous sympathizers, and many people believed as they did. It was such a terrible blow for a family situated as they were. Their high respectability, their social position, naturally made them objects of unusual interest, as well as of commiseration, in the awful misfortune that had overtaken them. After the magisterial inquiry had closed, Mr. Halesworth, who had been present, went to Solent View by request of the sons. They were all cast down, as may be imagined, but Mr. Halesworth was almost distracted, and in a burst of grief he exclaimed, my God, this dreadful affair will kill me! But willingly would I die now if I could be assured of my poor boy's innocence." Then to George Farnell he said appealingly, "George, what is your opinion? Do you believe my unhappy son is guilty of your father's death?" George hesitated for some time. Then he made answer thus, "I confess that I am puzzled. Sometimes I think he is, and at others I cannot bring myself to think so. Many circumstances point to him as my father's murderer, but there are others again that do not seem reconcilable with that conclusion." "Then, George," said Halesworth solemnly and hoarsely, as if his emotion was choking him, "if you have the shadow of a shade of doubt of Harry's guilt, it is your duty in the sight of God and man to leave no stone unturned, either to prove him innocent or leave his guilt no longer a matter of doubt at any rate in your own mind." "But how am I to do that?" asked the young man in great distress. "How? Need you ask me? You must know more of your father's affairs than anyone else. You are in a position to form an opinion of his habits, and whether he was likely to have made an enemy or enemies who would resort to the dreadful expedient of slaying him, either from motives of revenge or something else we cannot determine. So much lies in your power, and if you neglect aught, if you fail in the least degree to do what you are bound to do, a curse will rest upon you and yours for all time." Mr. Halesworth spoke in an impassioned way, and as a man might speak who was stricken with a sorrow that was almost beyond human endurance. His words, argument, and manner made a deep and abiding impression on George, and, pondering that night deeply on what had passed, he remembered how for some little time before his death his father had behaved strangely. He had received letters that had annoyed him, and it was so obvious to his children that he was grievously troubled that they pressed him for some statement, but he had told them nothing. Then his strange journey to London and his changed manner, his anxious and haggard face, all pointed to a trouble of some kind that he was anxious to conceal. Here then, thought the young man, was a mystery that it was his bounden duty to try and solve. After all, it perhaps had no bearing on the murder, but on the other hand it might have. and those 2 words might have were a mandate to George Farnell that he dare not ignore, lest that curse of which Mr. Halesworth spoke should come upon him and his. That night, in the solemn hours, as he lay there pondering, his resolution was taken. Up to this point, the late Mr. Farnell's papers had remained untouched, for the dreadful business had so overwhelmed everybody, especially the sons, that they could do nothing. By the will in the hands of the family lawyer, he, the lawyer, and the 2 sons were appointed executors. The day following his resolution, therefore, George dispatched an urgent message to the lawyer, a venerable and highly respected gentleman, who valued honor before self-interest, and when he arrived he and the young man proceeded to go through Mr. Farnell's papers. To men who are not altogether without sentiment, there is no more melancholy duty than that of going through the papers of a deceased friend or relative. They are the written records of schemes, hopes, joys, sorrows, of all the alternating experiences of life. But he who called them forth lies cold in the grave. The busy brain will think no more. The eyes that read are blind forever. The hand that wrote is in the dust. But then there is something even deeper still. A dead man's papers are a dead man's secrets, for there are things that a man keeps even from his nearest and dearest friend, but about which he may have some written record. And so when he is dead, and those who come after him have to rummage among his dusty documents, his folded letters, many of them, it may be, yellow and time-stained, they cannot help feeling that they are opening the dead man's heart, as it were, and reading the secrets written there, and which only death could bring to light. Through the whole of that day, George and the lawyer kept at their task, and when the night was falling they came across 4 or 5 letters tied together with a morsel of twine, and carefully stowed away in a secret drawer in a large, old-fashioned escritoire. That is, secret so long as the owner was living, but was secret no longer now that he had gone down into the dust. And those letters were read with astonishment, and with a sense that a fearful revelation was being made. These letters seemed then, in that first reading, destined to clear up the mystery which surrounded the crime. Long and earnestly did the 2 men discuss what they had brought to light, and then they decided on a plan, which led the lawyer to start off by the first train the following morning for London. Then, guided by what the letters revealed, he drove to a house in the quiet and genteel neighborhood of Balham, and inquired for Mrs. Ella Raintree. An old woman, who seemed to be the housekeeper and general servant, informed the lawyer that Mrs. Ella Raintree was seriously ill in bed and could not be seen. But he would take no denial. He insisted on seeing her, and after some difficulty succeeded in being admitted into the lady's chamber, the pressing nature of the business upon which he had come rendering it impossible that he could observe the formalities and ceremonies of ordinary occasions. Mrs. Ella Raintree was in bed. That she was desperately ill was obvious to the most unpractised eye. In age she was perhaps a little more than 30, and at one time must have been remarkably good-looking. But now she was emaciated, blasée, young though she was, with unmistakable evidence in her face of dissipation. The lawyer introduced himself, and when he did that, Mrs. Ella Raintree seemed to be seized with some great fear. For 2 long hours he sat with her, and when he left he felt that he had cut a Gordian knot, or at any rate unravelled a very tangled skein. He got back late that night to Solent View, and late as it was, he remained closeted with George Farnell for 2 hours before they retired. The following morning he was up early and rode into Lymington, and soon after he arrived there 3 constables in plain clothes set off for Solent View, and this indicated that some fresh development of the strange drama was about to take place. When they reached their destination they found all in the place in a state of excitement, for another tragedy had taken place. In a loft over the stable Michael Carron was lying dead. He had died by his own hand. He had placed the muzzle of a loaded pistol in his mouth, and pulling the trigger had shattered his head. Was this another mystery? Well, it might have been, but was not. Carron, in giving up his life, doing an act of justice. He put into writing a confession that it was his hand that slew Mr. Farnell, and he did more than this. He gave a detailed statement as to why he had done so dreadful a deed, and he said that the old gun with which he had shot his master he had kept by him for years, for that very purpose, if ever he got confirmation of suspicions he had long entertained. After the murder he carried the gun some 5 miles or so, and hid it in a hollow oak tree, and he clearly indicated the spot. He also stated that it was he who had tolled the bell which had announced Mr. Farnell's doom, but it also announced his own doom. The evil that men do lives after them, and the reason for Karen's crime may be briefly told. This reason was disclosed in those letters which the lawyer and George discovered in the secret drawer of the escritoire. Then it was confirmed and amplified by the lawyer's interview with Mrs. Ella Raintree, who told him all that he wished to know, and it was doubly confirmed by the desperate suicide of Karen, who, suspecting correctly, that the lawyer had solved the mystery and was going to London to see the woman, took his punishment in his own hand, preferring a suicide's end to that at the hands of the executioner. But he stated in his letter of confession that he had resolved to confess before Harry Halesworth was brought up for trial. The story, as told by Karen and confirmed by the lawyer, was sad and terrible, and sullied the honor of Mr. Farnell. 12 years before this a young woman had come to Solent View as lady's maid to Mrs. Farnell, who was then living. She bore the unromantic name of Fanny Smith. She was a conspicuously pretty girl, and Michael Karen, in the process of time, fell desperately in love with her, and she apparently returned his love, and it was agreed that they should be married later on. Then Mrs. Farnell died, and pretty Fanny Smith's services were retained for Lydia, who was a young girl. Soon after this, Karen began to feel jealous of his master, though he could never get any reliable evidence to justify that jealousy. The year following Mrs. Farnell's death, Fanny suddenly disappeared. Karen believed that her disappearance was due to his master, who had robbed him of his intended bride, but he could get no proof, though he swore an oath on the Bible that if ever he did get proof, no matter how long after it might be, he would shoot his master. Act the second of this little domestic drama reveals Fanny installed in London, where she was occasionally, and with great caution, repeatedly visited by Mr. Farnell. She became a mother, but when her child was 2 years old it died. Then Fanny's nature seemed to change. She slid down the hill rapidly, and for many years Mr. Farnell lost sight of her. What her life was during those years need not be told here. Suddenly she came to the surface again and wrote to Farnell demanding all sorts of things. She wrote several letters, and at last he went to see her, when she demanded an extravagantly large sum of money and threatened to expose him if he did not give it. He refused, and in a moment of pique, and knowing nothing of Karen's oath, she wrote to him, telling him all. Then the fulfillment of the oath followed, and when Fanny, then under the assumed name of Mrs. Ella Raintree, heard of Mr. Farnell's death, and knowing that she had brought it about, she became prostrated with illness from which she was destined never to recover, for her constitution was shattered. When these facts all came out at the trial of young Halesworth, he was of course acquitted, but the terrible ordeal through which he had passed had so told upon him that his own friends scarcely knew him. Crushed in spirit and broken-hearted about Lydia, he went to Australia. 6 years later, Lydia Farnell recovered her reason as suddenly as she had lost it. The fact was announced to Halesworth by George Farnell himself, for they had kept up a constant correspondence, and Halesworth, who had been true to his love, returned, and shortly after he and Lydia were wedded. As gold must be tried in the fire, so the heart must be tried by pain. Their hearts had surely been tried by pain, but the reward had come at last. Soon after the winding up of Mr. Farnell's affairs, Solent View, to which George succeeded, was put into the market, but the evil reputation it had acquired so depreciated its value that the owner resolved to keep it until time had purged it. But some years later, owing to the carelessness of an old man and woman who lived in it as caretakers, it was reduced to ashes, and though it was fully insured, George Farnell refused to rebuild it and sold the land. End of Story 19. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Story 20 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark LoSacco. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 20. The Story of a Hanged Man. My name is Phelim Connor. By parentage, I am Irish, but I was born on August 2nd, 1820, at or near a little town called Troy in the state of Pennsylvania, America. My parents, who were highly respectable, kept a store in that place, and being naturalized Americans, and as I passed 30 years of my life in the States, never having been out of the country from the day of my birth until I was a little past 30, I suppose I have a right to call myself an American. On January 8th, 1849, I was put upon my trial for murder. The trial took place at Philadelphia. It lasted 4 days, and although I was very ably defended, a verdict of guilty was returned against me, and I was sentenced to death. For a whole year I languished in prison, for in America there are so many legal quibbles that a prisoner under sentence of death can avail himself of, that he may postpone the carrying out of his sentence for a considerable time, even if he does not succeed in setting it aside altogether. In my case, every artifice that the cunning of the legal mind could suggest was resorted to, but without avail, and at last the warrant for my death arrived. Thereupon the scaffold was erected, and on February 4th, 1850, I was taken from my cell to the exterior of the prison walls, and in the presence of an enormous concourse of spectators, I was duly hanged. I am aware that this is a startling statement, and will be received with incredulity. But read what follows, and I will give you such facts and figures that you will no longer doubt. Moreover, the story I have to tell is so strange and startling, and withal so true, that it would be hard to find a parallel to it. I was tried before the Honorable Aaron Osgood, one of the supreme judges of the criminal courts in the state of Pennsylvania, and the well-known author of American Criminal Law, which is the standard work in America at the present day. He is also the author of the more widely known American State Criminal Trials, which is likewise a standard book of reference. The leading lawyer for the prosecution was Salem Isaac Shimmer, Esquire, public prosecutor for the state, and his juniors were Mark Phelps, now a judge of the New York bench, and Henry Walford Lane, subsequently of the state criminal procedure offices at Washington, but since dead. My defending counsel was the Honorable Washington Cleveland, admitted to be one of the most powerful pleaders in America, and he was assisted by Gifford Jefferson, Esquire, who has since become famous by his great work, American Laws and the Men Who Founded Them. Anyone who is at all acquainted with America will know that the trial in which I was the chief actor must have been of no ordinary kind to have brought together such a galaxy of legal talent as is represented by the names I have mentioned. The incidents that led up to the trial had kept the whole country in a state of excitement for months, and the trial itself was one of the most sensational on record. During those 4 memorable days, the business of the town almost came to a standstill, and all day long, both inside and out of the courthouse, military guards were posted to keep the excited crowds in order. When the verdict became known, so high did partisan feeling run that a riot broke out, and was not suppressed until blood had been shed. There was a very large following indeed in my favor, and considering that I had been unjustly condemned, they allowed their feelings to get the better of their discretion, with the result I have stated. During the 12 months that I lay in prison, my friends were very active, and they left no stone unturned to try and save me from the hangman. But the government declining to interfere, the law was allowed to take its course. On the morning of my execution, notwithstanding that a heavy snowstorm was raging, and the cold was intense, something like 20,000 people had assembled to witness the last act of legal vengeance. Troops had been drafted into the town to preserve order, and the police and warders of the jail were strengthened by a large addition to their number. The fellow who acted as executioner was a notorious rascal, whose real name was Silas Brunner, but who was known as Chowder Sam. How he came to be so called, I don't know. I believe he had been condemned to life imprisonment for murder, but had been released on condition of his undertaking to execute criminals when called upon to do so. I shall have more to say about him presently. With these preliminary remarks, I will now tell the story of the strange events that led up to my condemnation and execution. I have already said that my parents were highly respectable people. They were both natives of the county of Cork. My father was employed as a clerk in a Cork bank, and my mother was the daughter of a farmer at Inishannon, a little village about 10 miles to the south of Cork City. She was remarkable for her beauty, being of the true Southern Irish type, which, as is well known, approximates to the classical Spanish type. She had a mass of blue-black hair, eyes of sloes, and a pink coral complexion, with a figure that left nothing to be desired. My father was a good-looking, well-proportioned man, and the two met through my mother visiting at the house of some friends in Cork. It was a case of love almost at first sight, and in spite of much opposition on the part of her relatives, she married my father 6 months later. A year after that, a girl was born and died. Then my parents emigrated to America, and after some little wandering about, they finally settled down at Troy, where I was born. I had 2 sisters of whom I shall speak by and by. One of these sisters was destined to play a prominent part in the great tragedy in which I was the leading actor. My parents, having succeeded to a little money through the death of a near relative, opened a general store in Troy, and did so well that they were enabled to give their children a good education. I was intended for a doctor, and having spent some years at school, I was sent to Boston to study for the medical profession. And now let me refer again to my sisters. The eldest, Mary, was as sweet and gentle as a creature as ever the good God put life into. She had all her mother's beauty, with something of it heightened. She could shake her hair out until it touched the ground, and enveloped her like a veil. She had a magnificent head, delicately poised on a swan-like neck. I do not mean to say that she had actually a neck like a swan, but the expression as a figure of speech suggests its perfectness. She had dark, languid eyes with long silken lashes, and a complexion that one could scarcely overpraise. Allied to this physical beauty was a sweet, trusting nature that won every person with whom she came in contact. Well and accurately indeed might I describe my dear sister in the words of the poet: dark her hair as the winter night, white her neck as the alpine snow, red her cheek as the morning light, bright her glance as the artless roe. My second sister, Nora, took more after my father. She hadn't the same wealth of hair, nor the same brilliancy of complexion as Mary. But had Mary not overshadowed her so, Nora would have been pronounced an exceedingly pretty girl. Nor was she quite so gentle and patient as her sister, but she was a dear little woman, quick, impulsive, warm-hearted, generous to a fault, somewhat self-willed, but withal very lovable, and I doted on them both. We were a very united family, and at one time a happier one could not have been found in the United States. These 2 girls were well brought up for people in our station of life, and they were fitted and qualified to take a good position in the world. Between Mary and me, there was a difference in age of 5 years, and between Mary and Nora, 2 years, so that I was 7 years Nora's senior. When I went to Boston to pursue my studies, I was a man. I had been what is usually termed a little wild. But whatever follies could be laid to my charge, they were the follies of boyhood only. I went to Boston full of noble resolve and high purpose. I talked of distinguishing myself and of writing my name on the annals of fame. My intentions were good. They were the outcome of youthful enthusiasm, and my aspirations were ennobling. There was one weakness, however, in my composition. I lacked that one essential to steady progress: dogged perseverance. I was somewhat of a romantic turn of mind, and could not reconcile myself to anything that partook of a humdrum existence. I had, in fact, an excitable and enthusiastic temperament, that temperament that enables soldiers, sailors, explorers, and pioneers in all works of adventure to distinguish themselves in trying moments and perform great deeds. I had a passion for books of travel and adventure. The wonder is, therefore, that I was content to remain stationary as long as I did. But our destinies work themselves out with clockwork regularity and mathematical precision, although sometimes it is difficult to believe that that is the case. Though any man who will carefully examine the details of his life will be surprised to find that each act, no matter how trivial, and each deed has been but a link fitting into a perfect chain, and that no link could be taken away without destroying the harmony of the whole. This is a truism that may astonish many, but its soundness cannot be gainsaid. Notwithstanding the restlessness that always seemed working within me, I spent over 3 years in Boston and made good progress with my studies. In fact, I may state that I was succeeded to some extent in distinguishing myself, for I was possessed of an individuality that would not allow me to be content to remain a mere mechanical non-entity, a human sheep, as it were, that based with the flock. That was a position that would not have satisfied my longings or my restlessness. I made many acquaintances and numerous friends in Boston, but there was only one with whom I became really intimate. The one was Defrid Zadwaski. By nationality he was a Pole, but he had been in the States the greater part of his life. He occupied the important position of professor of languages in the college. In age he was only a few years older than I was. His disposition and temperament approximated pretty closely to my own in 1 or 2 respects. He was restless, for instance, and always seemed to be yearning to constantly change the surroundings of his life. He was ambitious and capable of enthusiasm, but there the parallel ceases. In other respects, he was my antithesis. He was a dreamer for the most part. He was a mystic. His philosophy was tinged with skepticism and morbidness, and he held extraordinary views with regard to the relations of the sexes one to the other. He argued that woman, neither as an actual fact nor as a potentiality, was nor could she become man's equal. That being his inferior both mentally and physically, she was, theoretically at least, man's servant, and that it was her duty to administer to his wants, his pleasures, to afford him gratification, and to anticipate his wishes. That when she ceased to do any of these things, she could, and should, be put away, as any other hired servant might. Now, although this peculiar doctrine was to me heresy as compared with my own way of thought on the subject, I conceived an unaccountable liking for the man. That he was clever goes without saying, for only a clever man is capable of such distinct individuality as he displayed. But it was not exactly in his cleverness, and certainly not in his physical attributes, that his attractiveness lay, for he was somewhat under the medium height, with a sallow complexion and a rather shrunken figure. It was in a peculiar fascination of manner. Of course, it will be argued from this that only weaker-minded men could fall under his sway, and that consequently I was weak-minded. I'm not prepared to admit that that is altogether correct, but it is no part of my purpose to enter into any critical argument on the subject here. Defrid Zadwaski fascinated me as he fascinated hundreds of others. Moreover, the liking seemed to be mutual. He averred that I charmed him, and that there was an originality about me that he liked. The result was we became close companions. It was not until about the year after we had become really intimate that I took him down one vacation to my home. It may seem singular, and I will confess that it was singular, that I, the brother of 2 young women who were conspicuous for their beauty and no less for their loving and confiding dispositions, should have brought them under the influence of a man who held such remarkable views as to woman's position. But how often do we do things in life which do not strike us as being outre until after, perhaps long after, they are done? He spent a fortnight at our house on that occasion, and before returning to Boston I asked my sisters what they thought of Zadwaski. Nora answered impulsively, "I don't like him," but Mary, more guardedly, and with an obvious reserve, said, "He's a little peculiar, but still, he's not objectionable." "Did he tell you," I said laughingly, "that his idea of woman is that she should be an absolute slave to man?" "No," she answered quickly, and changing color. This change of color being due to indignation, for Mary had a high opinion of her sex, and her idea was that woman was man's equal in every respect. "Oh, well, you know, Mary," I returned, "men in their youth often say things that are not worth serious consideration. Zadwaski is not a bad fellow, and he is clever." "Yes," she answered, in a strangely thoughtful manner, "he is clever." 6 months later, I took Zadwaski down home again, and that time he was 3 weeks with us. We were, as it seemed, perhaps literally so, a happy party, though the most perfect happiness is at times only but a thin veneer, as it were, that hides unending sorrow. Nature oft-time weaves the beauty and the deadly, the attractive and the revolting together. In the most beautiful of tropical forests, where the eye is ravished by grandeur and sublimity, the deadly serpent lurks, and life and death go linked together. When Zadwaski and I were on our way back, I observed that he seemed much more contemplative than usual. He was frequently given to fits of abstraction, but somehow, now, he appeared to be altogether unusually absorbed. "What is sinking into your ponderous brain now, Defrid?" I asked with a laugh. He started like one who starts suddenly from a dozing condition on being shaken, and he answered me ambiguously, apparently, though his answer was the keynote to the solution of his mood. "I've been thinking that my views in regard to woman require modifying." "Oh!" I exclaimed in surprise. "Yes. Since when did you begin to change your doctrine?" "Since I met your sister Mary." "Indeed," I answered, a little seriously, as a new light dawned upon me. "Am I to understand from that, my friend, that you've fallen in love with Mary?" He did not answer my question immediately. He pondered upon it before he spoke. "You may understand this much. Mary has exercised an influence over me such as no other woman has ever done before." He paused again before asking this question as a correlative to his remark. "Are you glad or sorry to hear that?" "I cannot say at the present moment, but I am either the one or the other," I replied. Perhaps I ought to have guessed that something of this kind was all but inevitable if you and my sister became acquainted. That may be a compliment for you both. But my happiness is so bound up in the happiness of my sisters that I should like to be sure, very sure, that before giving my approval of any engagements, the men who sought them for wives were beyond all question of doubt calculated to enhance their happiness, to respect them as wives, to honor them as women. I saw by the expression of his face that my remark displeased him. There was a point in it, as I intended there should be, and it pricked him a little. He thought, no doubt, that it implied doubt of him. "Well, let us drop the subject for the present," he said, and so we did not discuss it again. For many days after that, however, I was troubled about this matter, and at length I wrote a long letter to Mary asking her to tell me candidly what her feelings were for Zadwaski. Her answer was brief and displeased me. This was about the substance of it. "You ask me a question that at present I am unable to answer. I am not even sure of my own feelings, and moreover, dear brother, I am not disposed to make you my confessor, at all events until there is something more definite to confess." Mary, in writing, thus could have had no possible intention of paining me, but she did pain me nevertheless. Some days later, Zadwaski approached me and said, "Pray, my dear fellow, Do not attach any importance to what I said the other day. I was under the impression then that I had a growing love for your sister. I have examined my heart since and find I am mistaken. I shall always regard her with great respect, but I shall carefully avoid seeing her again." I confess to a feeling of some relief as he told me this, for much as I had been charmed with the man, when it came to the possibility of his marrying my sister, I viewed him in a different light. After this, we resumed our old relations, and Mary's name was never mentioned. But I was struck by one thing. Zadwaski seemed to change. He went about like a man who had something preying on his mind, and I was under the impression he shunned me somewhat. The result was there was a gradual and almost imperceptible breaking off of that close intimacy that had existed until at last, without any rupture of any kind or any explanation, we seemed by mutual consent to avoid each other. A few months after this change had come about, it chanced that I was standing in the hall of the college when the morning mail was delivered. I was very anxious to receive letters, as I had had none from home for several days, and the last one had spoken of my mother being slightly indisposed. I therefore eagerly examined the bundle of letters, to see what there was for me, and in doing so I came across one addressed to Zadwaski, and the handwriting was that of my sister Mary. My heart leapt into my mouth, for this letter pointed to a secret correspondence, and my distrust of the Pole had become a very real thing now. I said nothing to Zadwaski. I knew too much of him to suppose that he would give me any information. But as soon as I could get away, I went down home and told Mary what my suspicions were. At first, she prevaricated, but at last admitted that she had been carrying on a correspondence. I was hurt and distressed, for I saw that the fascination this man had exercised over her must indeed have been great when it could lead her to deceive or even to attempt to deceive her only brother. I went back to Boston full of determination and feeling as if a crisis in my fate had arrived. I sought an interview with Zadwaski and accused him of treachery and deceit. He refused to plead guilty to the accusation and said he should resolutely decline to consult me as to the course he should pursue in regard to my sister. This defiance and impudence irritated me beyond control, and forgetting myself, I struck him a severe blow. He did not attempt to return it, but he at once brought my conduct under the notice of the authorities, and I was called upon to make a public apology. This I declined to do, and I was told that expulsion would follow if I did not. But I did not wait for them to expel me. I went that very night, and smarting from a sense of unmerited injury and of a wrong done me by my sister, whom I had worshipped, I turned my face westward to those lonely regions where danger and excitement might make a man forget almost that he had lived before. For over 2 years I wandered about those western wilds, and threw myself heart and soul into the adventurous existence peculiar to them. I might fill a big volume with all I went through during that period. I literally carried my life in my hands, but the very excitement begotten by this sort of thing pleased me, and I became oblivious to almost everything else. Then one day, an old newspaper came into my hands, and amongst the obituary notices I read of the death of my mother. If an Indian's arrow had suddenly quivered through my body, I could not have experienced a keener pang or a more sickening sense of faintness than I did when I read that announcement. Oh, how I reproached myself for my long silence and for the way I had left my home. Homesickness came strong upon me at that moment, and I hurried to my native place to find what? Not the peaceful, happy home I had left, but a desolation, a wreck. My father prematurely aged and well nigh distracted, my mother dead, and my sisters gone. "Where are Nora and Mary?" I asked of my father in a choking voice, and feeling as if my heart was literally swelling up and going to burst. I knew something dreadful had happened. It was written in his face, which was wrinkled and haggard. His eyes were sunken, his hair white. My question caused some color to come into his pale cheeks, and fire into his dimmed eyes. "I don't know," he said, as he ground his teeth and clenched his hands. "I don't know," he repeated with greater emphasis, and speaking like a man who was swayed by some mighty passion, which he only kept in check by a still mightier effort. I looked at him. His eyes met mine, and in his gaze I read much. Then, before I could recover myself and speak, he broke into sobs, and with a reproach in his tone exclaimed, "Oh, Phelim, why did you leave us as you did? Ours was a happy home before you went away. Now look at it. Your dear mother lies in her grave, and your sisters—" That look of passion came back into his face, and his eyes blazed. "I feel inclined sometimes to curse them," he added, hissing the words out, as it were, fiercely. "Hush," I said, "curse not, but tell me all." "Mary went first," he began, but as he spoke, something came up in his throat and seemed to choke him. He made an effort to control himself, then added, "And Nora followed her." The terrible truth flashed upon me now like an inspiration, and I said with unnatural calmness, "And Defrid Zadwaski is responsible for Mary's going away?" "How do you know?" asked my father passionately. "I guess it," I returned. "Yes, he took her away." As my father said this, he was a study of concentrated and yet controlled passion. But had Zadwaski stood there at that moment, would have been his last. It was terrible to see my father now, gentle, generous, and confiding as he had always been, so utterly changed, to see the fierce passion that was shaking him, and the craving for revenge that blazed forth from his eyes. But the tigress, robbed of her young, is doubly dangerous, and had not my father been robbed of his daughters, upon whom he had doted? When he grew calmer, he told me the whole pitiable story. After I went away, Zadwaski renewed his visits to our house, until my father took a strong dislike to him, and forbade him to come again. He returned no more, but kept up a secret correspondence with Mary, who suddenly left her home. The shock of her going away in this manner was awful. It shattered my mother's health, and almost deprived my father of reason. But notwithstanding that, Nora disappeared soon after. This last blow crushed my mother into her grave, and turned my father into a lonely, broken-hearted old man, whose one prayer, one thought, one hope was revenge. I listened to this terrible story without sign, without motion, without any outward expression of the passion that was almost tearing me into pieces. But that strange calm which precedes the bursting of the tropical typhoon is not more surely indicative of the coming storm than was that unnatural calm which possessed me as my honored father told me of my sister's shame and of Zadwaski's perfidy. At such a time as this, a man, or at any rate most men, and I was one of them, looks not beyond his human sphere, nor turns his eyes to that mystical hereafter, when, as we are taught, man's wickedness to man shall be divinely judged and divinely punished. He who has no craving for revenge in such an hour of humiliation and shame must have something of the divine element in him. Judged by this, then, I had no such element in me, for in my brain there seemed to ring a voice that cried ceaselessly, "Revenge! Revenge!" On the table in the room in which my father had told me the story of shame was the large, old family Bible, from which my beloved mother was in the habit of daily reading to us when we were children. I placed my right hand on the sacred book, and standing erect I raised my left arm at full length, with the index finger pointing to heaven, and still, outwardly calm, and with wonderful self-possession, I spoke. And this is what I said. I can repeat the sentence word for word with unerring accuracy, for every word burned itself into my brain. Father, here in your presence, with my hand on this Bible and in the sight of heaven, I swear to search the earth, if necessary, to find Defrid Zadwaski, and, when I have found him, to kill him. A cry of fierce joy broke from my father's trembling lips, and tottering to me, he threw his arms round my neck and embraced me, saying the while, "Now, indeed, you are my son. While the destroyer of your sister lives, the earth groans from the presence of a foul monster. Slay him, and every honest man in the world to whom honor is more precious than life will bless you." "And now tell me," I said, "know you where Zadwaski is?" "No." "Then from north to south, from east to west will I wander until I have found him," I answered. An hour later I started on my quest, and I went direct to Boston in order to try and get a clue to the man I was now sworn to hunt down and kill. The return to the scenes of my happy college days affected me deeply, as many golden memories were recalled. But my heart softened not, my purpose never wavered. The voice in my brain still rang out, "Revenge! Revenge!" I learned in Boston that the last known of Zadwaski was that he was resident in New York as a teacher of languages. That night I was on my way to New York. I had no difficulty in finding Zadwaski's address, as it was in the directory. I accordingly made my way to 104th Street, at the top of the 5th Avenue and near Central Park. But on arriving there, it was only to find that he whom I sought had gone away 6 months before, without leaving any address. He had occupied rooms in a flat, and the proprietor of this flat was a man. To him I addressed myself, asking many particulars of his erstwhile lodger, and from the landlord's lips I learned the following particulars, which I give in his own words. He had 2 ladies with him when he came here. One he represented as his wife, and the other as his wife's sister. But I found out afterwards that one was just as much his wife as the other. In short, he was not married to either, but he treated them both, poor things, as if they had been his slaves. There is a common expression, "my blood boils," used to convey some indication of unutterable indignation and anger at wrong or insult done to one. It is a figure of speech, of course, but there are times when outrage to one's feelings is so great that it literally seems as if the blood bubbled up in the veins. Such a feeling as this did I experience as I listened to the landlord's words. And yet outwardly I was calm, but mentally I repeated the oath I had taken in my father's house, and the dumb voice in my brain cried with accentuated emphasis, "Revenge!" But all the story was not yet told. And dreaming not that I was the brother sworn to avenge the wrongs done to his sisters by shedding the blood of the wretch who had destroyed them, the landlord gave me a sequel. The younger of the 2 ladies, Nora she was called, seemed always to be in a state of great despondency, and she suffered greatly from hysterical outbursts. In that state she used to curse Zadwaski and call constantly for Phelim. Who Phelim was or is I don't know, for the 3 of them were very reticent, and never spoke of their connections. "Phelim," I answered quietly, "is the name of Nora's brother, and should he and Zadwaski ever meet, Zadwaski's life will not be worth a minute's purchase." "Ah!" exclaimed the landlord in a gratified way. "He deserves killing, for 2 more charming girls I never knew, and yet he treated them shamefully. Poor Nora got so bad at last that she was removed to the 5th Ward Lunatic Asylum." This statement caused me for the first time to betray my feelings. It was as if he had struck me a violent blow, causing me to stagger. He looked somewhat surprised and asked, "Are you any relation?" "Yes," said I, "her brother Phelim." "Good God!" exclaimed the landlord. "Is it possible?" I was calm again as I answered, "Yes, I am her brother, and I have sworn on the Bible to kill Zadwaski." The landlord grasped my hand and wrung it. He was much moved. "The villain deserves it," he said. "But the taking of life, even the life of one who has wronged you, is by the law of our country murder, and the punishment for murder is an ignominious death." I smiled contemptuously, but I know that I had the landlord's sympathy, for he wrung my hand again. Then we parted, and I at once made my way to the 5th Ward Lunatic Asylum. I was told that Nora Connor, the name she was known by there, was a hopeless lunatic, that her mind was quite shattered. Not without great difficulty did I obtain permission to see her. How can I describe my feelings as I was ushered into her presence and saw before me a haggard, pale old young woman? The eyes vacant and staring, the face puckered with an imbecile grin, the head clean-shaven and covered with a closely fitting skull cap. All day long, I was told, she paced up and down the room to which she was confined, muttering to herself and occasionally crying out, "Phelim, Phelim, Phelim." If ever man's heart bled, as the saying is, mine did. Her mind was such a blank that she utterly failed to recognize me, and as I went away I said to myself, "May heaven trebly curse me if I let Zadwaski live." I ascertained at the asylum that for a short time after Nora had been taken there, a lady, her sister, called occasionally to see her. But these visits ceased, though for a little while a sum of money was sent regularly to enable Nora to be supplied with extra comforts. But the remittances suddenly stopped also. "From what part of the country did the remittances come?" I asked. "From Philadelphia," was the answer. 4 hours later I was on my way to Philadelphia. On arrival there I immediately consulted a directory, but searched in vain for Zadwaski's name. There was an agency, however, for teachers of languages in the town, and thither I went as a sort of forlorn hope. But fate served me, and I found that the agency had the villain's name on their books. He was staying in Philadelphia, and his address was given to me. At last, then, I had run him to earth, and his hours were numbered. But I did not rush off there and then to slay him. Such impulse would not have accorded with my temperament. I must kill this man slowly and deliberately, so that in his dying moments there should be compressed some of the agony that he had inflicted on me and mine. My first step was to ascertain something of his habits, and if my sister Mary was with him. I soon found out that she was not. She was elsewhere. That elsewhere was an obscure grave, marked only with a number in the cemetery. That number corresponded with a number in the books of the cemetery, and against the number was written, "Mary Connor, native of the United States, date of birth unknown, supposed to be between 25 and 30 years of age at time of death, class of grave H2 in Roman Catholic portion of cemetery." This class of grave, as I was informed, was the very poorest class, and in that part of the cemetery no stones were allowed to be placed over the dead. Here were gathered the waifs and strays, the unknown dead, the suicides and the like, and in this spot lay the remains of my once beautiful sister. To that humble grave I went in the gloaming of the somber October day. In the low, blurred sky was no gleam of light. From the trees the withered leaves were falling, and over those nameless mounds the wind wailed and sobbed. Kneeling down, I renewed my oath, and then, falling across the grave, I wept tears of phosphorus, or some other scalding matter, for I had no ordinary tears to shed. And in that supreme moment of agony my heart broke in twain. I arose and turned away. The night had come, even as the night of my life had come. The world was naught to me now. It contained only two persons as far as I was concerned, the one myself, the other Zadwaski, and when I had killed him I should be a lonely man in a lonely world. This man lodged in a respectable house. He occupied 2 rooms, and his habit was to go every evening to a well-known saloon where he sat playing chess, a game of which he was inordinately fond, until a late hour. To that saloon I repaired, and then, For the first time since I last saw him in Boston, I gazed upon his accursed features, and a fierce, mad joy filled me. He had altered greatly. There were traces of dissipation on his face, and a restless, pained expression in the eyes that looked like remorse. Was it remorse? Could such a monster, who had wrecked a happy home and destroyed 2 dear women, feel remorse? No, I was wrong. It was not remorse. It was fear. For 3 long hours I sat in a corner and watched him, and I thrilled with a sense of exquisite joy that at last my quest was ended, and that never again would I lose sight of him until his black and rotten heart had ceased to beat. Midnight struck from the town clock, and a few minutes later he rose to go. I rose too. He was in the shadow of death, but he did not know it then. He shook hands with his companions, and he laughed, but it was not the laugh of a man who was happy. Then he lit a cigar and went out into the dark night and towards his grave. Rain was falling. A bitter wind was sweeping through the deserted streets, and pulling his coat about his throat and battering his hat down upon his head, he hurried along. And I followed noiselessly, as if my feet had been shod in wool. Up the many flights of steps that led to his lodgings he went, and I was within a few yards of him. He opened the door of his house with a latch key. I had, by a subterfuge, previously provided myself with a key, and 10 minutes after he had entered, I softly opened the door, closing it as softly after me. Then I crept to his room. He had thrown off his coat, wrapped himself in a rug, and was finishing his cigar. As I entered, I turned the key in the door, and the noise caused him to glance round, and seeing a stranger in his apartment, he sprang up and exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? Who are you?" "I am Phelim Connor," I answered slowly and solemnly. He staggered back, his face turned ashen. The half-burnt cigar fell from his blanched lips, and a look of mortal fear came into his eyes. "What do you want here?" he gasped out hoarsely. "I have come to kill you," I answered. A look of unutterable, absolutely indescribable terror swept over his ghastly face. He cast a nervous glance at the door of his bedroom, but between it and him I stood. No doubt in his room he had some weapon, but he could only reach it over my dead body, and in my hand, which was firm as a rock, I held a revolver. "You wouldn't kill me in cold blood," he whined. I laughed a mocking laugh of derision. "You wrecked my home in cold blood," I hissed. "You sent my mother to her grave in cold blood. You drove one of my sisters mad in cold blood, and in cold blood you broke the heart of the other and cast her body into a pauper's grave. A man, when he sees a snake crawling at his feet, crushes it in cold blood. To my mind you are infinitely more loathsome and more horrible than the most deadly of reptiles, and I shall slay you in cold blood, as you call it. That is, I shall kill you without the slightest compunction." "God pity me," he moaned. "No," I replied, "God will not pity you. You are accursed, even of heaven." In the madness of his despair he seized a chair to hurl at me, but, with never a nerve of my body quivering, I fired, purposely striking him in the shoulder, just below the neck. He reeled and fell against the table, and the sight of his blood pouring out filled me with savage delight. "Pity," he gurgled. "Yes," I returned, "the pity you accorded to my dear sisters." Again I fired, shattering his right arm, and he sank to the floor with a groan. He was not dead, not even insensible, but I had a conviction that his life was fast ebbing away, and so I did not fire again, but kneeling down I put my lips to his ear and hissed, "I curse you, Defrid Zadwaski. Die with all your heavy sins upon your soul." By this time the household was aroused. There were the shrill screams of women, the cries of men who were thundering at the door. I turned the key and, flinging the door open, confronted the clamoring and affrighted people. "There lies a human reptile," I said, "and I have in cold blood, and deliberately out of malice aforethought, killed him. Here is my weapon, and all I ask is that you will let me witness his dying agony." My revolver was taken, and I was seized by men, but I wrenched myself free and stepped back to where Zadwaski was lying. He turned his dying eyes upon me. Then I saw them glaze. I heard a gurgle in his throat, saw his breast flutter, and knew then that he was dead. I confronted the people and said, "My revenge is satisfied as far as it can be on earth, and now you can do as you like with me." There is no purpose to serve in dwelling upon all the details of my arrest, my lodgment in prison, the weary waiting for the trial, and the trial itself to which I have alluded. At first a public cry of rage went up against me. Zadwaski was supposed to have been highly respectable. He was spoken of as a quiet, inoffensive gentleman, and the press said my crime, if crime it was deliberate, brutal, and fiendish. Gradually, however, some of the particulars of the story of shame and wrong began to leak out, and it was found that the saint-like Pole had been a devil in disguise. My friends, and I'm happy to say I had many, took my case up very warmly, and one of the most ardent defenders of my act of vengeance was Dr. Silas King. This gentleman was for some years on the surgical staff of the New York Infirmary, but had been settled in Troy for a long time, and had been our family doctor. He knew my dear sisters intimately, and had once asked Mary to become his wife. He was a widower with 2 children, and as there was considerable disparity of age between him and Mary, my people opposed the marriage, although they much admired Dr. King. He said that if he did not get Mary, he would never marry again, and he kept his word. Now, when he learned the dreadful fate of my sisters, he threw himself heart and soul into my defense. He was an eloquent speaker and a good writer, and he both wrote and spoke in my defense, sparing no time, trouble, or expense. He gave Zadwaski's history to the world and showed what a black-hearted villain he was, and how shamefully he had treated my sisters, driving one to madness and the other to an untimely grave. But Zadwaski also had powerful friends amongst his compatriots, and so there were 2 strong parties formed. I have already spoken of the great array of legal talent that was gathered on both sides during my trial, but in spite of all that was done for me, the verdict was adverse, and I was sentenced to die. The verdict was received with great disfavor by my supporters, and, losing control of themselves, they came into collision with Zadwaski's partisans, and there was much fighting and bloodshed. When my poor old father heard of the verdict, he was seized with a fit of apoplexy, from which it was thought he could not rally. He did, however, subsequently recover, but he was a wreck physically and mentally. During the terrible year following my trial and the execution of my sentence, Dr. King never once relaxed his exertions. I had no fear of death myself. I had no clinging to life, but I did shrink from the ignominy and shame of a public execution. When at last it was found that all the appeals that had been made in my favor were rejected, and the law was to take its course, Dr. King visited me. He was burning with rage and indignation, and he told me that he would save my life yet, and he proposed a plan to that end. During subsequent interviews, he unfolded this plan to me, and by means of considerable bribes of money which my father found, for he was well off, Dr. King secured the cooperation of 2 of the warders, the sub-governor of the prison, and of Chowder Sam, the executioner, who would have sold his own mother for a few dollars. Without Chowder Sam's assistance, Dr. King's daring scheme could not have been carried out. In virtue of a solemn oath I took to Dr. King never to reveal the precise means he resorted to in order that I might be saved from the effect of the hangman's rope. I cannot disclose his plan. The object he aimed at was to prevent suffocation, and a singularly ingenious arrangement was adopted by the executioner, acting under Dr. King's instructions, whereby too great pressure on the neck was prevented. I must mention that execution at this time in the United States was by sheer strangulation, not by a drop, and therefore Dr. King's plan was calculated to produce the desired effect. Had the drop been in force, the plan would have been useless. On the morning of my execution, the weather was in my favor, for it was snowing heavily, and though it did not prevent the people from assembling in enormous numbers, it did prevent them seeing the scaffold clearly, and Chowder Sam was enabled to do his part of the work without attracting attention. All being ready, I was strung up, and though the pressure of the rope was but slight, it was sufficient to produce insensibility. At first I suffered pain. Then there stole upon me a delightful sense of dreamy languor, and all that had been most joyous and beautiful in my life passed before me as in a vision. And then I saw my sister Mary, her dear face wearing a smile of ineffable sweetness, and her shoulders invested with great white pinions. After that came a blank, and what followed I subsequently learned from Dr. King. As soon as I was cut down, he claimed my body and had brought a shell secretly ventilated. Into this my body was put, and then Dr. King had the coffin placed on a vehicle he had provided, and with all speed he conveyed my supposed corpse to his house. There he at once began means to bring about my resuscitation, and in the course of half an hour his efforts were successful. For some time after recovering consciousness, I suffered much pain. I could not bear the light in my eyes, and I seemed so morbidly sensitive to sound that the slightest noise almost drove me mad. In the course of a few days, however, these symptoms wore off, and I gradually returned to my normal condition. Then I was secretly conveyed to Canada, where in a little while my father joined me, and I remained there until his death 4 years later, and after that I came to England, where I have resided ever since. I am a lonely old man now. My dear friend, Dr. King, and poor Nora have long been dead, and many another who made my wrecked life worth clinging to has likewise passed away, so that the world is to me now a blank. The end cannot be far off, and I am impatient for its coming. Death, whenever he comes, will come to me as a friend. It has been said that we make our own fate. He who reads this startling but true record can form his own opinion whether I made mine or it was thrust upon me. End of Story 20. Recording by Mark LoSacco.
Story 21 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sam Monsen. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 21. The Crime of the Rue Auber. Enthusiasts have spoken of Paris as one of the most beautiful cities in the world. The Parisians themselves go farther than this and say it is the most beautiful city. The Parisians may be forgiven for their pride, for if we confine ourselves to the Paris of the boulevards, it is beautiful. But there is another Paris which the ordinary traveler does not see. It is a Paris of hideousness, of squalor, of all that is hateful and revolting in human nature. This gay capital, in fact, is a city of the most extraordinary and striking contrasts. And there is another aspect, too, which the observant writer cannot overlook. It is the city of original crimes. It has been reserved for Paris to exhibit human nature in such hideous and cruel forms that one shudders and bows his head in shame and sorrow as he thinks of it. Of course, other cities have their plague spots and human fiends, but it is to Paris the world looks for novelty in the way of crime. But perhaps one of the most mysterious and novel crimes that even Paris has placed upon the records is that which has come to be known as the crime of the Rue Auber. The Rue Auber, let it be understood, is not one of the slums of the city. It is not situated in the plague spots of Clichy and St. Ouen. It has no connection with the notorious west of the Grand Opera, and forming part of a line of connection between the Boulevard des Italiens and the magnificent Boulevard Haussmann, which runs north. The houses in the Rue Auber are marked by a monotonous regularity of architecture. They are all large apartment houses and rise to a height of 5 stories, each story or flat representing 2 households. At number 13 in this street, according to superstitious people, 13 is always an unlucky number, and on the 3rd etage or flat lived Monsieur Henri Didet and his wife, together with one servant, Eugenia Suchard, a woman of about 50 years of age. Didet was a young man, a little over 30, and he was remarkable for his handsome appearance. He was the average height for a Frenchman, with a grace of carriage and perfection of figure. He had a mass of dark hair that fell over his white forehead in a wealth of tiny ringlets. His face was clean-shaven, except for his dainty moustache, which he always scrupulously trimmed. His peculiarly mobile face seemed capable of almost any change, and his eyes, which were dark and piercing, appeared to possess the faculty of looking right through you. In disposition he was insincere, incapable of anything like serious thought, and he abandoned himself to the whirl and gaiety of Parisian life. It might be said that he passed his time in planning pleasure for the morrow and in thoroughly enjoying himself the day before. He was a Parisian of Parisians, and life for him had no higher meaning than to live, and his interpretation of to live was gaiety of every possible kind, an hourly and daily ministration to the carnal pleasures. He had for some time been in business as a chemist, though his want of seriousness prevented him from succeeding. That, however, did not matter. His handsome person won him a lady who brought him a large dot, and just after his marriage an aunt died and left him a small fortune, so he sold the chemist's business and retired to lead the only kind of existence that charmed him. Madame Didet was a petite woman, not bad-looking, but somewhat insipid. She was fair with blue eyes and rather wanting in expression. She was delicate, with a fragile form, and a dreamy eye, and a general languid appearance. Although she did not suffer from any actual illness, she was subject to attacks of hysteria. She was devoted to her husband, but exceedingly jealous of him, not, however, without good cause. He seemed to possess remarkable influence over her, an influence due to a certain magnetic power he exercised, and by which he was enabled to bend her to his will in almost every conceivable way. It is necessary to say that Eugenia Suchard, their servant, was rather a stupid kind of woman, but she had been with Didet long before he was married, and she was much attached to her master and mistress. When the Didets first went to live at 13 Rue Auber, the other half of the flat upon which they had their residence was not occupied. It had been without tenant for some months, as people complained that the rent was too high. But soon after the Didets went there, the other half of the flat was taken by a Monsieur Charcot, who had been an officer in the army, but had been compelled to retire owing to a wound he received, which unfitted him for military service. He was married, and between him and his wife was considerable disparity of age. He was about 50, while she was not more than 30, and was remarkably handsome. He was a reserved man, somewhat retiring in disposition, while she was volatile and fond of gaiety. Between these two families, being close neighbors as they were, an intimacy soon sprang up. But it was not long before it became evident to Madame Didet that her husband was paying more attention to the pretty Madame Charcot than was consistent with mere neighborly feeling. This led to some unpleasantness between Didet and his wife, but he assured her, vowed solemnly in fact, that is, as solemnly as such a man could vow, that she was mistaken. She was satisfied, and things went on harmoniously again for some time. But during this time Didet was falling desperately in love with his pretty neighbor, and she did not seem to object. One day a picnic had been arranged between the two families, and Charcot and Didet, accompanied by their wives and another lady and gentleman, went out for the day. It was summertime, and they took the train to Saint-Germain. This is a favorite resort of the Parisians in summer. It is a charming spot, a little paradise. There is a magnificent forest, many miles in extent, with romantic glades and entrancing walks, and there is a celebrated hotel, the Hôtel de Louis XIV. It stands in extensive grounds on a terrace that commands a magnificent panorama of the valley of the Seine, with the tortuous river threading its way with many folds and twists, like a silver serpent. Here in the grounds of this hotel are numerous bowers under trees, and it is delightful to sit there on a summer day, the air languid with the scent of flowers and musical with birdsong, and partake of the exquisite dinner for which the hotel is famed. The little party enjoyed themselves, with all the abandon peculiar to the Parisian when out for the day. A recherche dinner was taken part of, and several bottles of choice wine were discussed, and over the cigars and coffee there was much laughter and joking. The French people are a light-hearted people. They live in the today. The tomorrow is but a dream, a vague shadow to them. Madame Didet was particularly vivacious. The wine had heightened her color and brightened her eyes, and as she toyed with a dainty cigarette, her laughter was silvery and light, as though she had not a care in the whole world. The day was deepening to its close. Already the purple shadows were creeping along the valley, and the river was growing tawny in the fading light. Beneath a group of trees at the end of the terrace in the hotel garden, a man and woman stood, all but hidden by the darkness caused by the trees. The man was Didet, the woman, Madame Charcot. They had stolen away from the others, she first, he following some time after. He held her hand, though she was trying to disengage it, and into her ear he was whispering in impassioned language these words. Agathe, he called her by her Christian name. Agathe, why did fate not bring us together 2 years ago? Ah, she sighed. Agathe, he cried, growing more excited as her sigh told him that his words found an echo in her own breast. Agathe, je t'aime. She started at this declaration, and in accents that told of her distress, she said, No, Monsieur Didet, you must not talk to me like that. Remember my husband. Mon Dieu, hissed Didet fiercely under his breath. I always remember him. Which devil was it that gave you a husband and me a wife before you and I met? Hush, hush, she said appealingly. We must be satisfied with our lot. We must not talk of love. Agathe, he murmured in stricken tones, have you no love for me? She averted her face from him and whispered, I might have had. You might have had? Yes. But why have you not now? Because I am already a wife, she sighed. He threw his arms round her and drew her to his breast, but at that moment a man sprang forward, and seizing her arm, he twisted her around, almost flinging her to the ground, and then with blazing eyes and a white face he confronted Didet. The newcomer was Charcot, and in a voice hoarse with passion he exclaimed, I suspected this. You are a snake, and your very breath is poison. But beware how you tamper with my wife, lest I am tempted to kill her and you. Didet had nothing to say. He did attempt to stammer forth something in the nature of an excuse, but he knew his guilt, and the words stuck in his throat. It was hardly possible that this scene could be kept from Madame Didet. She saw by her husband's face that something had happened, and guessed what that something was. And when Charcot took his wife away and went back to Paris without the rest of the party, she knew that her guess was right. Then ensued a pitiable scene. She went into violent hysterics, and rent the air with her screams, and so unmanageable did she become, and so excited, that her husband decided not to return to Paris that night, but to remain with her at the hotel. All night long she raved, but towards the morning sank to sleep, waking up 3 hours later prostrated and ill. Her husband went on his knees before her, and vowed that he was deeply repentant, and would never sin in the same way again. She sealed her forgiveness with kisses, and in the afternoon they returned to Paris perfectly reconciled. And when he returned home he sought out Monsieur Charcot, and craved his pardon too, and so earnest did he seem, so humble was he shed so many tears, and made so many protestations, that Charcot, who was not a vindictive man, was moved, and said he would think no more of the matter. Thus the neighborly relations were resumed, although the little episode had undoubtedly left some frigidity behind it. If the serpent had not been in the Garden of Eden, Eve would not have fallen, and had Charcot taken his wife away, Didet might not have been tempted. But for weeks and months after that affair at Saint-Germain, he saw her and seeing sighed, and possibly, nay, probably, something in her face, some look in her eyes answered him. It was a winter night. Snow was falling over Paris, but nevertheless Monsieur Charcot and his wife had gone to the theatre and taken Madame Didet with them. Didet himself would not go. He pleaded a splitting headache and general malaise. His wife wished to remain and nurse him, but he would not hear of it. He said that he desired to be alone, to be perfectly quiet for a few hours, and insisted on her going. An hour later he gave his servant a couple of francs, telling her that she could invite Charcot's servant to a petit souper at a neighboring café, and when they had gone, he sprang from the couch on which he had been reclining with a towel round his head. He dashed the towel to the ground. His malaise seemed to have flown. He went on to the landing and listened. No one was coming up the stairs, or down from the other flats. All was silent as death, save for a gas jet on the next landing that hissed like an angry snake in the cold blasts of air that rushed up the stairway. Didet took a latchkey from his pocket and noiselessly opened Charcot's door. Then, with a pair of pincers and a screwdriver, he so altered the position of the check that held the latch when it was let down as to make it useless. The consequence of this was that anyone letting the latch down would not be aware that the check was damaged, and of course would imagine the door was fastened, whereas it could still be opened with a latch key from the outside. Didet's object in doing this we shall presently see. His work completed, he went back to his own house and smoked heavily and drank some cognac. But at 1 o'clock, when his wife returned, he was asleep on the couch. She was tender and loving to him, and told him all about the play, and how she and the Charcots had supped at a café, partaking of oysters and bouillon, and côtelettes à la tomates, and pudding au riz avec sauce à la rhum, followed by Gruyère and some petits fruits. And for wine there had been a bottle of Grave, and a bottle and a half of Chateau Margaux, for Monsieur Charcot, when he went to the theatre, liked to sup well, and he was a connoisseur in wines. And then, as a finale, there had been café noir and a petit verre. "Ah, mon mari," she exclaimed, as she threw her arms round his neck. "The supper was splendid, but mon cher, mon prince, I was so lonely without thee." He laughed and kissed her, but it was a Judas kiss. So Judas kissed his master. Then they went to bed, and through the snowy air the bells of Paris were booming too. Silence. Through the snowy air the bells of Paris were booming 3. Monsieur Didet rose from his bed and arrayed himself in a thick woolen dressing-gown. A shaded lamp was burning low, but gave sufficient light to render objects in the room visible. He bent over his wife. She was sleeping soundly. The petit souper had not disagreed with her. He passed his hand over her head, first from back to front, and then from side to side. She moved, she half turned, she sighed deeply. But he made other passes, and she became passive. Presently he stood erect and waved his hand up and down slowly. Then she rose. Her eyes were open but fixed. Her face was pale. Her lips moved as if in speech, but no sounds issued. "Get up," said her husband softly. She slipped from the bed with no apparent effort and stood before him motionless, her white robe de nuit falling about her like the drapery of a statue. He opened a drawer in the dressing table and took out something. It was a weapon. He threw off a leather case and revealed a long, sharp, and glittering stiletto. He grasped her hand and then bent her white fingers round the handle of the deadly weapon. He next placed a small phial with a glass stopper in her other hand. That done, he whispered something in her ear, and she began to move towards the door. Through the snowy air the bells of Paris were booming 3:30. He preceded her, opened the door, and she passed out. A little shudder seemed to shake her as her bare feet came in contact with the cold stones. He crept across the landing, and with the latchkey opened Charcot's door. Then, waving his hand, he motioned her to enter. A dim light burned in the passage, and Madame Didet looked like a ghost. All was silent in Charcot's house. The woman moved without a sound, going first now. Didet crept after her on tiptoe. She reached Monsieur Charcot's bedroom. A lamp burned low there also. Charcot slept soundly in one bed, his wife in another. Madame Didet bent over Charcot for a moment or two, then raised her arm high and plunged the long stiletto into his breast. The blood spurted from the wound and encrimsoned Madame Didet's nightdress. The petit souper had caused Madame Charcot to sleep soundly, and she was all unconscious of what was going on. Again, Didet waved his hand, and his wife drew the stopper from the bottle she held. Then she placed the mouth of the phial to her lips. It was filled with a white, colorless fluid, and she poured this fluid down her throat. That act completed, Didet slipped away, leaving Charcot's door open, and his own open, but in his excitement he saw not a figure that cowered against the wall in the passage. He gained his room and threw himself on his bed. Through the snowy air the bells of Paris boomed 4. Didet rolled himself in the blankets and fell asleep. It is astonishing how some men can sleep under every and any circumstances. Through the air, it had ceased to snow. The bells of Paris boomed 7. A little later the laitier, milkman, came up the stairs with the morning milk. On reaching the Didet-Charcot landing, he was surprised to find the doors of both houses open. It was so unusual for them to be open at that time of the morning. He stood at Charcot's door and called the servant, who had only just got out of bed. She could not account for the doors being opened. Moreover, in her master's door was a latchkey. What did this mean? In alarm she went to her master's room, and soon she uttered a cry of terror, for she saw a woman lying on the floor, and thought it was her mistress. The laitier went in and turned up the lamp. Then it was seen that Madame Charcot was in bed and awake. The cry had awakened her, while the nightdress of the woman on the floor was stained with blood. The man drew the curtains of Charcot's bed, then staggered back appalled, for the clothes were all red with blood. A long dagger was sticking in Charcot's breast, and he was dead. With a scream of awful fear, Madame Charcot now sprang up. She recognized the woman on the floor as Madame Didet. She was dead, and in her cold, marble-like hands she tightly grasped a phial. The milkman rushed over to the Didets' house. Eugenia Suchard was already at the door. She looked like a corpse, so ghastly white was she. "Mon Dieu, it's awful, awful," groaned the man. "Where's Monsieur?" "Sleeping soundly in his bed," answered Eugenia with considerable firmness. "There has been murder," said the laitier. "Mon Dieu, it's awful, awful." Then he clattered down the stairs to spread the alarm. In wild terror, Madame Charcot rushed into Didet's house and threw herself onto the floor. He came to her and tried to soothe her. Presently the gendarmes arrived, and over the neighborhood flew the news, and crowds collected, and the most wild and wonderful rumors were circulated. The tragedy was surrounded with mystery, but so far as the investigation of the police went, they were enabled to report that Madame Didet seemed to have stolen from her husband's bedroom, to have entered Charcot's house by means of a duplicate key, had then stabbed him to the heart, and had poisoned herself at his bedside. The motive? Well, it could only be guessed at, but no doubt there had been some guilty liaison between the pair. Possibly, so it was suggested, he wanted to throw her off, and she had resolved to kill him and herself. It was by no means an unfamiliar story in Paris. So in a few days the gay Parisians shrugged their shoulders and said, "These things will happen. How sorry we are for poor Madame Charcot and poor Monsieur Didet. Mon Dieu, it is terrible." And so, with this sympathy, they dismissed the subject and went on with their gaiety again. In a few weeks, Monsieur Didet gave up his house in the Rue Auber, for he said he could not live in it. The associations were too terrible. The Veuve Charcot also changed her residence and went to live in the same neighborhood, in fact, in the next block of buildings. 4 months later, Monsieur Didet announced that he was going to marry the pretty Veuve Charcot. Then his servant Eugenia Suchard, whom he had retained, said, "No, monsieur, you will not marry that woman." Didet thought that his poor servant girl had gone a little cracked and laughed heartily, but with terrible emphasis Eugenia repeated, "No, monsieur, you will not marry that woman." "Why?" asked her master, growing serious. "Because I forbid it." "You?" "Yes." Didet was ashen now. Something in Eugenia's manner caused his blood to chill. "What do you mean?" he gasped. "I mean what I say. I have held my peace all too long. I loved my mistress, and I have loved you, but I will not see this last outrage committed." "You are mad," he said, as his courage came back, for he mistook her words. "Madame Veuve Charcot and I will assuredly become man and wife." "No," said the woman sternly, "for I'll denounce you first." Once more Didet's face assumed an ashen hue. "On that fearful night I saw all," she added. "I had supped with the Charcot's servant. I had drunk some bad wine, and it gave me cramps so that I could not sleep. I heard you open the door and was alarmed. Coming to see what was the matter, I saw you and Madame go out. She was in her nightdress and asleep. You had mesmerized her. I followed you like a shadow, and saw Madame plunge the knife into Monsieur Charcot's body. Then I fled in horror." Didet was almost paralyzed with surprise and fear. He thought that no human eye had witnessed the deed, and that no human soul had even deemed it possible that he had done this dreadful thing. Here was a revelation. He had committed a fearful crime in order to gain the woman to whom he had given his guilty love. When he had somewhat recovered himself, his first impulse was to kill the sole witness of his guilt, and he endeavored to seize her, but she escaped and ran screaming into the street. He knew then that he was a doomed man, and in the madness of despair and fear he shot himself. And thus Nemesis revenged the dark crime of the Rue Auber, and the gay Parisians, when they heard of the sequel to the Rue Auber crime, shrugged their shoulders and talked of it for an hour or two. Then they said, "Ah, these things will happen," and so they went on with their gaiety again. End of Story 21, The Crime of Rue Auber. Recording by Sam Monsen.
Story 22 of Stories Weird and Wonderful. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Stories Weird and Wonderful by J.E. Muddock. Story 22. The Strange Story of Dr. Martin. Dr. Martin was an extraordinary man in almost every sense in which that word can be applied. He was below the medium height, standing not more than 5 feet 4.5. He had a narrow chest with sloping shoulders somewhat like a woman. He was thin, almost to emaciation, and his clothes hung about him in a loose, ill-fitting way. A stranger seeing him for the first time was moved to pity, thinking the man must be suffering from some obscure, wasting disease, and that his days were numbered. But this feeling wore off on a closer acquaintance, for the doctor was not only remarkably active, but endowed with a vigour of constitution and a power of endurance that might have begot the envy of men of far more robust build. As a matter of fact, the doctor had never had a day's illness in his life worth speaking of, and at the time the event occurred which I shall now relate, he was verging on 60. However unattractive his body was, no one could look upon his face without feeling, in a sense, fascinated. His complexion was sallow, his cheeks hollow, but every feature was as delicate and clearly cut as those of a classical statue. The quivering lips, beautifully chiselled, were expressive of intellectual subtlety, but it was in the high, white, massive forehead that the intellectuality was displayed, as well as in the deep-set, almost unnaturally brilliant and restless dark eyes. His face in all its workings revealed the innate force of character and strong individuality of the man. When stirred by inward emotion or passion, his face was a marvellous study. Then his eyes seemed to blaze, and every muscle and line twitched with the tremendous nerve energy that was aroused. In repose, his face had somewhat of a dreamy expression, but once let it thrill with animation, and the contrast was striking, if not startling. His voice was rich and full of volume, and when heard for the first time, the listener was astounded at so melodious a voice being associated with so meagre a man. Martin was a native of Cork, but had been educated in Dublin, and was an M.D. and M.A. of Trinity College of that city. At an early age he displayed remarkable precocity, which did not, as is usually the case with precocious children, develop into dullness at a later period. Obtaining his degree when quite a young man, he removed to London, and his force of character and natural cleverness soon won a practice for him. At 32 or 3 he married an Irish lady who was an exceedingly commonplace woman. Good-looking enough and not without intelligence, but still she belonged to a very ordinary type, though she adored her husband and looked upon him as something almost more than mortal. A year after the marriage, a daughter came to bless the union, and surely man never idolized a child as Martin idolized this one. But before she had reached the age of 7, she was carried off suddenly by croup, and for a time the blow seemed to crush her father. She was the only child, and on her the parents seemed to have centered all their hopes. So much did the child's death prey upon the mother's mind that she felt seriously and dangerously ill, and her life was threatened. The prospect of this fresh loss aroused the doctor from his stupor, and the old energy came back, though he appeared somehow to be a changed man. He began to preach the doctrine that, save by accident, no human being should die young, and he declared that within reach of the chemist's art was an elixir of life, and he vowed that he would devote all his energies and study to discovering it. But his first attention was given to his sick wife, to whom he was no less devotedly attached than she was to him. With untiring watchfulness he tended her, and it might be said that he ransacked his laboratory for an antidote to her disease. And though he was not able to cry "Eureka!" and say he had found the precise elixir he sought, he nevertheless succeeded in baffling her illness, and she slowly recovered. This stimulated him to renewed research, and though for a time he did not relax his attention to his general practice, he ultimately became so absorbed in his idea that he grew into a monomaniac, and so forgetful of everything else that he neglected his patients and gradually lost them. This did not affect him, however, as independent of some private means of his own, he had money through his wife, so that he had no financial difficulties to contend against or to distress him. Thoroughly imbued with his idea, his wife aided him so far as she was capable of doing. At any rate, his word was to her law, his wishes her pleasure to try and anticipate. Up to that time they had been residing in a somewhat small, though compact, house in Kensington, but he complained that it was too small for his work, and after a little delay he discovered a house to his mind at Hampstead. It was a large old-fashioned place, detached, and standing in a considerable area of ground that was shaded with trees of great age. As the house had been untenanted for some time, it was dilapidated and forlorn-looking, while the neglected grounds had run to rank weeds. Dr. Martin and his wife were too much absorbed with their one thought to give any attention to their premises, and so the garden was allowed to remain as it was, and but little was done to improve the external appearance of the house, although a woman was engaged as general servant. In the upper part of the premises were 4 good-sized rooms, and the doctor had these thrown into one large chamber, which he fitted up in a most elaborate manner as a laboratory. In this place he gathered together the most costly chemical apparatus and scientific instruments of all kinds, and then he entirely abandoned himself to the search for that wonderful elixir of life. Of course, Dr. Martin and his partner soon acquired the reputation of being eccentric, and some people even spoke of them as cracked. The neglected appearance of their house and grounds fostered this idea, and moreover Martin made no secret of what he was bent upon. In fact, he proclaimed it to anyone who would listen to him, and at such times his enthusiasm was marvellous. His eyes glowed with kindling light, his face became suffused with a deep flush, his nostrils quivered, and his melodious voice rolled forth a flood of eloquence, until his listeners, falling under his spell of fascination, stared at him in open-mouthed amazement. He did not talk as an empiric or a mountebank. His learning and his wondrous knowledge enabled him to speak with an air of authority. He quoted the most erudite authors in support of his views. His theme was that nature held the secret, if not of perennial youth, at least of prolonging life to a very extreme age, and he was determined to wrest the secret from her. If this was madness, it was certainly a very harmless sort of madness, and calculated to result in good, for be it remembered that up to the time of his daughter's death and his wife's dangerous illness, the doctor had been as other men. He was a philosopher, a scholar, a clever doctor, a humanitarian, and capable of subtle reasoning. He had the faculty of keen observation, and the power of drawing inferences from what he saw. Such a man might have become a monomaniac, but it was a foregone conclusion that the world would be better for anything he might devote his talents to. In his search for the philosopher's stone, he was likely to stumble upon something else, that in a practical and utilitarian age would be scarcely less valuable. At any rate, this was his own view of the matter. Presently we shall see if he was right. It would be impossible to set forth by mere description the nature of the experiments and the research to which Dr. Martin devoted his days and often part of his nights. His enthusiasm knew no bounds. His perseverance never flagged, his determination could not be daunted, and in his wife he found a patient, willing helpmate, who watched his eyes for her orders and obeyed him by his sign. To this one object his life was now concentrated, and year after year he pursued that object with unflagging zeal. Under such long-continued study, without break, without change, the health of most men would have broken down. But not only was Martin not affected, but to the astonishment of all who knew him, he seemed rather to grow younger than older. His face did not change, his eye lost none of its brightness, his hair showed no signs of grey. People wondered, as was only natural they should, and when some ventured to question him, he answered with a smile of triumph that his labours had not been altogether profitless, and he had discovered a means of preserving the youth, though as yet his secret was not ripe enough for disclosure. When the news of this spread about, as nothing could prevent its doing, numbers of people flocked to Dr. Martin's house, begging of him to give them the means of preserving their youth, and had he been inclined he might have reaped a large fortune. But he despised money. He said he was a servant of science, and that he labored in the cause of humanity, and when he had thoroughly proved the value of his discovery, he would make it known to the world, but not before. The people were disappointed, but he was firm, and no offer of money, no persuasion, could tempt him. And so for many years Dr. Martin went on in his harmless way, until at last a terrible blow fell upon him, a blow that broke his hopes for a time, and seemed to indicate that his years of labor had been utterly useless. This blow was the death of his devoted wife. She was suddenly seized with apoplexy, and though he called in the assistance of several eminent doctors, they could do nothing. She never rallied, never recovered consciousness, and in 12 hours after the seizure was dead. For the first time Martin's zeal seemed to cool, his energies to desert him, under this heavy affliction. He blamed himself for having allowed his studies to so absorb his attention that he had been blind to his wife's failing health. He vowed that had he not been so blind he could have preserved her life for many years. Her death seemed like a bitter commentary on all that he had been doing, or had done, and of course the world wasn't slow to mock at him. But reverses with such a man only meant fresh stimulus, nor was he likely to be long bowed, however severe the storm that might sweep over his head. His devouring zeal would not permit of that. Inactivity to him would have meant madness or death. And so he once more turned his attention to his favourite pursuits, and displayed utter indifference to the many cruel and spiteful things that were said about him. For 2 or 3 years more, Dr. Martin went on in his old way, forgetting the world, and by the world forgot. He had dropped out of the memory of even his old colleagues, and people who had once been his friends deserted him. It is ever so in this world. A man who elects to pursue a course away from the beaten track must go alone. The pioneer, if he succeeds, is hailed with acclamation, but if he fails he is laughed at, and if he dies on his way the world shrugs its shoulders, says that he shouldn't have attempted such a thing, and then forgets him. But there was one mystery that those who saw Martin could not be altogether indifferent about. Age seemed to bring him none of the physical changes that it brings to all men. Although he was now near 60, he looked little or no older than he did at 40. His energy was as bright, his step as elastic, his hair as dark, his energy as undiminished as ever it was, and it began to be asked whether he had really discovered some antidote against physical decay. Dr. Martin himself was silent on the subject. If he was aware of the curiosity that was thus being revived, he heeded it not. He had his own secrets and knew how to keep them. One day he called upon a colleague of his, but one whom he had not seen for many years. This was Dr. John Brennan, then a man verging on 80 years of age, although he was perfectly hale and hearty. Dr. Brennan was very well known as the author of several medical works, and for nearly 40 years he had been prominently connected with one of the great London hospitals. Brennan was surprised to see his old friend. "I've quite lost sight of you for some years," he said, after the greetings were over. "But, bless my life, you don't seem to have changed a bit. What have you been doing? Have you discovered some magical elixir that is capable of preserving perennial youth?" "Yes," said Martin dryly, "I have." Of course his friend laughed, but Martin proceeded to relate with impressive seriousness the many experiments that he had been so long engaged upon. He declared that he had succeeded in compounding a remarkable chemical substance, which seemed to have the property of retarding the ravages of age, and he drew attention to himself as a living example of the truth of what he said. "But," he exclaimed enthusiastically, "I have done more than that, Brennan. I have discovered a means of suspending animation for practically an unlimited period. It is wonderful, but it is true. A person can be put to sleep for a month, a year, 2 years, any number of years, and at the end of any given period revived again. Need I point out the enormous value of this discovery if it can be clearly demonstrated that it will do what I state? I have reason to believe that during this narcotic sleep, for so it is, all disease, no matter what its nature, would leave the body, and the sleeper would awake with renewed vigor, strength, and health, and consequently with a renewed lease of life." Dr. Brennan smiled incredulously, and seemed disposed to question his friend's sanity. But Martin argued so eloquently, so learnedly, and so convincingly, that at last Brennan asked, "Well, what is it you wish me to do?" "I will tell you. Hitherto my experiments have been carried out upon animals only. Now I intend to submit myself to the experiment, and I want you to form a committee to watch the effects and to testify to the accuracy of what I say." Brennan seemed reluctant to fall in with this arrangement. In his own mind he thought the thing too ridiculous for serious consideration, and he suggested that a younger man and one of the new school should be asked to take the matter up. But Martin urged that his friend's high reputation and great talents were what had induced him to apply to him, for he wanted to place the matter beyond the reach of ridicule or doubt. The result of the interview was that Dr. Brennan consented to think the matter over, and if he saw his way clear to accede to the request, he would then speak to some of his friends, and they would arrange to meet at Martin's house and go into the affair more fully. On this understanding they parted, and a week later Martin received a letter from Brennan to say that he and an old colleague, Dr. Patterson Walker, would call on a certain day at his, Martin's, house. The visit was made, and it is testimony to the eloquence and cleverness of Dr. Martin that he was enabled to carry something like conviction to the minds of these staid, scientific men, for they consented to organize a committee and investigate Martin's alleged discovery. Dr. Martin stipulated that he was not to disclose his secret until after the experiment. This was somewhat unwillingly agreed to, and all the necessary arrangements having been made, and a committee of 8 well-known medical men, including Brennan and Walker, having been formed, a day was fixed for the commencement of the experiment. Dr. Martin first of all signed a paper, in which he declared that what he was about to do was done in the interest of science and the cause of suffering humanity, and that it was of his own free will and at his earnest desire that the experiment was to be carried out. This document having been duly attested by every one of the gentlemen present, Dr. Martin produced 2 phials. One contained 4 ounces of a perfectly colourless viscid fluid, not unlike glycerin in consistency. The other contained about 2 ounces of a bright amber, limpid fluid. The doctor explained that he would swallow the white fluid, and that within half an hour afterwards he would sink into a profound sleep, that gradually all the functions would cease, or seem to cease. The face would assume a waxen pallor, and the respiration would be imperceptible. In this condition he might be kept for an indefinite period, but 3 months was fixed as the limit in this case. At the end of that time, the inside of the mouth and tongue were to be wetted with a feather dipped in the amber fluid. This would gradually cause the breathing to recommence. Then the fluid was to be poured down the throat, drop by drop, until it was all swallowed, and full animation had returned. A bedroom had been prepared with a bed specially arranged, and when Dr. Martin had suitably attired himself, he lay down on the bed and drank the white liquid. As he had predicted, he fell into a deep sleep, and a little later he had all the appearance of a corpse, save that there was a slight warmth about the body and a faint flush on the face. This condition lasted for a week without any change, and the watchers began to think that Martin had really discovered the means of suspending animation and restoring it again. Another week passed, and the only noticeable change then was that the face had become more waxen, and the most delicate tests failed to detect either the breathing or warmth in the body. But the committee felt no alarm, for there were signs that were not compatible with death, and their excitement and interest increased as it seemed probable that the experiment would be successful. 2 months passed, and the same condition was maintained, to the amazement of the committee. It was then decided as a test to make a small puncture in the arm. This was done, and blood flowed, incontestably proving that the man was alive. As the time for reawakening him approached, the excitement was intense, and it was felt that a tremendous triumph was in store for science, and that the name of this extraordinary little man, who had devoted 20 years to perfecting his discovery, would be immortalized. At length the day for the awakening came, and in addition to the original committee, 2 eminent scientists and 2 other doctors requested to be present, their request being granted. When all was ready, the amber fluid was applied as Martin had directed, and its effect was watched with breathless anxiety and eagerness. Sure enough, the breathing became perceptible, and the fluid was poured down the throat and swallowed. Then those standing round noticed, not without alarm, that the waxen pallor of the face gave place to a dirty greyish hue, that deepened to brown, and gradually changed to mahogany colour. What did this mean? Surely something was wrong. No warmth could be detected in the body, and the breathing was no longer perceptible. But now a more astounding change took place. The hair gradually blanched until it was white, the eyes fell in, and an extraordinary appearance of age came into the face. It was drawn and puckered, with the bones showing through the brown skin until it looked for all the world like the wizened face of a sick monkey. The spectators were appalled, and frantic efforts were made to restore animation. But all was useless, and one and all shrank back in loathing and horror, for on the bed before them was a withered and decayed corpse, so decayed that on someone touching one of the hands the bones of the fingers broke away. When the onlookers had recovered from the shock this wonderful and startling change had produced upon them, they proceeded to examine the body. That Martin was dead was beyond all doubt, and his body had all the appearance of a corpse many weeks old. The odour from it was unbearable, and all the flesh had assumed a mummified appearance. This ghastly ending to the experiment was a great blow to those who had consented to watch it. But what was the mystery? For mystery there most certainly was. For 3 months Martin had lain on the bed like a waxen image, without the slightest sign of decay or change of any kind. But as soon as the revivifying elixir was applied, the appalling transformation commenced. But the most incomprehensible part of the mystery was that breathing was detected at first, and the fluid was actually swallowed. But then, within an incredibly short space of time, all the conditions of old age set in, followed by putridity and decay. No man there, and yet they were all men of extreme cleverness, could offer a word of explanation. They had seen with their own eyes and were ready to swear on oath to the facts I have narrated, but they could not account for them. Dr. Martin, after 20 years of study, had succeeded in giving his fellow men a problem which has never been solved and is never likely to be, and the secret of his wonderful elixirs, by which he had really preserved his youth and for 3 months had prevented his body from decaying, was lost with him. End of Story 22, The Stranger Story of Dr. Martin. End of Stories Weird and Wonderful by J. E. Muddock.